Chapter 3456. This is the heaven-sealing talisman that the fortune creation heavenly monarch refined in order to eradicate the ancient era. It can temporarily seal the ancient era's heavenly Tao and prevent it from affecting us. Unfortunately, there is only one left. What a pity! The Eastern Venerate said regretfully. After using it this time, this heaven-sealing talisman will lose its effect. Otherwise, we could have eradicated several more ancient eras and achieved supreme merit. The Eastern Venerate's words were filled with regret. At his level, there were very few things that could make him feel an incomparable desire. However, this heaven-sealing talisman was one of them. It was a very important method to invade the ancient era. These people were outsiders to the seventh gold epoch. Invaders were like viruses invading the human body. They would be killed by the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao couldn't act directly, there were too many indirect methods. For example, it could turn the sky and earth upside down and create endless tsunamis. It could increase the strength of the experts in the seventh gold epoch by a lot in an instant. It could also increase their luck and allow them to pick up divine weapons when they went out to fight against external enemies. This would become the biggest problem for them to conquer the seventh gold epoch. This was also the seventh gold epoch's heavenly Tao's self-protection method. The more perfect the heavenly Tao, the more terrifying their self-protection method would be. Because of this, they had to use something like the heaven-sealing talisman to seal the heavenly Tao. This way, the seventh gold epoch's heavenly Tao would not allow the seventh gold epoch's experts to cheat. How could a normal person compare to a cheat? This was the method that Heavenly Lord Fortune Creation had used to eradicate several of the most rampant ancient eras. Unfortunately, he only had one left, and this heaven-sealing talisman was something that Eastern Lord, Heavenly Lord, had used many methods to obtain. If those ancient era's experts wanted to invade the Fortune Divine Dynasty, especially to capture a military stronghold like Moon City, they naturally had corresponding methods to deceive or even seal a part of the martial epoch's heavenly Tao. Only then would they have a chance of success. They had fought against each other many times in different eras, so they more or less had some tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attack the heavenly way of an era. Just the heavenly way of that era was enough to kill as many invaders as possible. If a person wanted to fight against the heavenly way with his own strength, he would be courting death. However, this heaven-sealing talisman is already very impressive. Zhan Zun couldn't help but ask. Only now did he understand where the Eastern Empyrean's confidence came from. The Eastern Empyrean had most likely prepared for a very long time for this battle to destroy the seventh gold era. He had thought of all aspects very thoroughly. I'm already very satisfied with such an opportunity. The Eastern Tianzuan nodded and said. At the end of the day, he was not so arrogant as to dare to compare himself to the heaven creation, Heavenly Lord. After all, he was the strongest expert since the ancient times. Even after he had disappeared for countless years, no one could shake his throne. For the time being, he only wanted to become a Middle Empyrean. All right, let's not lament too much. Let's directly attack and exterminate the aged gold great era and offer sacrifices to their heavenly Taos. The Eastern Celestial Sovereign's heroic spirit reached the clouds. His loud and clear cry spread throughout the entire aged gold great world. The army under his command also seemed to have received an order and finally moved. This incomparably powerful army was like a war machine, indifferent and ruthless. Their strength was terrifying to the extreme. Tens of millions of troops charged forward, blotting out the sky and the sun. They were endless, almost like dark clouds. In an instant, they covered the entire aged gold great world. Looking from afar, it was extremely terrifying. Yi Shiwen and the others also followed and rushed into the aged gold great world. When they had just rushed to the edge of the aged gold great world, the aged gold great world's counterattack had already arrived. Although the heavenly Daos had been sealed, the aged gold great world's instinctive rejection of outsiders still made it react instinctively. The countless Gungjin chi that had been swimming at the edge of the Gungjin major world instantly manifested, turning into countless weapons. There were Gungjin long swords, long sabers, long halberds, arrows, and all sorts of other weapons. In an instant, they had already pounced on Yi Qingyu. However, without the command of the heavenly Daos, these attacks did not pose a real threat to the elites and well-known figures of the martial epoch. Only some of them were killed by the aged gold chi. Most of them were blocked and continued to rush into the aged gold great world with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the experts in the aged gold great world finally reacted. It seemed that they had never thought that someone could attack this far, so they did not put up much of a guard. However, they reacted very quickly. After all, the aged gold great world had been invaded once before. After learning that lesson, they immediately set up emergency measures. Who dares to invade our aged gold great world? A stern and dignified shout came from within. The response to this shout was tens of millions of arrows that rained down on the aged gold great world. These were the peak experts of the martial epoch. Naturally, they were omnipotent in riding, archery, and combat. Their archery skills were also incredibly accurate. Just one arrow here had the horrifying might to shatter a mountain range and destroy an earth vein. Suddenly, in the Gengjin Great World, countless Gengjin nomological laws appeared. The dazzling nomological light illuminated the entire Gengjin Great World. Under the effect of these Gengjin nomological laws, the rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came to a complete halt. It was as if time had stopped. It was as if countless big hands had reached out and directly caught the endless arrows. Suddenly there was an explosive shout. The boundless arrow rain suddenly changed direction and flew back in the direction they came from. It looked like they were about to enter the martial epoch's army when a huge hand suddenly grabbed them and instantly crushed the arrow rain into powder. At the crucial moment, the Eastern Celestial Venerate had made his move. At this moment, in the aged gold great world, a figure filled with golden light, looking like he was made of gold, appeared before everyone. He gave off a berserk aura as if he could destroy the world. Seeing this figure appear, Mr. Huang's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He immediately flew over and said, "Aged gold great ancestor emperor, do you still remember me? So it is you, the traitor. Not only did you betray the aged gold epoch, but you even lured the martial epoch's people here. Damn it!" The aged gold great ancestor emperor, who looked like he was made of gold, glared angrily and raised his two golden eyebrows. Clearly, Xiao Chen recognized Mr. Huang. Furthermore, he was no stranger to the people of the martial epoch, as the martial epoch was the main character of this epoch. Their auras were simply too obvious. How could Xiao Chen not recognize them? Without thinking too much, he already guessed what was going on. It was because Mr. Huang led the way that the martial epoch's experts were lured over. However, it was also because of an insider leading the way that they could find the aged gold epoch so easily. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Guarding day and night is hard to guard against a thief from within. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart surged like a raging sea. Yi Shiwen slightly nodded. He had long guessed that this Mr. Huang might be a person from the ancient era. However, he hadn't thought that this Mr. Huang would actually be a heavenly master of the 7th Gold Era. How much hatred did he have for the 7th Gold Era that he would personally bring people to destroy his own era? As a celestial venerate of the Aged Gold Epoch, the destruction of the Aged Gold Epoch must have had a huge impact on him. Could there be some hidden reason? Hee traitor! Mr. Huang sneered slightly. Fine metal ancestor emperor, this is really ridiculous. Don't you feel guilty when you say this? You deliberately forced me to leave. You should have known that this day would come. The winner takes all. What else do you have to say? the fine metal ancestor emperor said unyieldingly, as if he had no intention of repenting at all. Ha 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 ha. What a good, the winner takes all. If that's the case, then forget it. You shouldn't have sent little junior sister as a gift to the devil epic's happy demon lord in order to prolong your hunger. I was willing to leave the aged gold epic and vowed never to set foot in the aged gold epic again. My only request was that you take good care of her. In the end, what did you do? Mr. Huang looked ferocious and almost went crazy. You promised very well before, but in reality, hee. Do you still have the face to blame me? Yi Shiwen and the others were in an uproar. They didn't expect that there was such a hidden story, especially when the Five Elements Epic Alliance was attacked by the Devil Epic last time. But in the end, it survived and wasn't destroyed like the Talisman Epic. So there was such a story behind it. So it's Happy Demon Venerate. That guy is notorious. Even I have heard of him. Although he is one of the strongest people in the Devil era, he is a despicable person. Silver Moon said as she looked at the adamantine ancestor emperor with a look of disdain. What do you understand? All of this is for the survival of the aged gold epic. How weak are we now? The next great apocalypse may be the time for us to be destroyed. You just left like that. Do you know how difficult it is to maintain the aged gold epic? The fine metal ancestor emperor's expression finally began to become a little emotional. Little junior sister was also an eternal pain in his heart. In order for the aged gold epic to survive, you sent little junior sister away. Do you know that little junior sister's power was sucked dry by Happy Demon Lord and turned into a magic puppet? Hee, if that's the case, then I will personally destroy this aged gold epic. Anyway, I am already prolonging my hunger, right? If that's the case, then let's destroy it. Chapter 3457. You are seeking death. Do you think that you can destroy my heptagold epic with just a few people? The adamantine ancestor emperor sneered. He was completely confident. Although the heptagold epic was relatively weak among the ancient epics, no matter how weak it was still an epic that had once dominated an era. In his opinion, destroying them with just the Eastern Venerate and the others was no different from a fool's dream. Normally, it might be a little weaker. However, since you sent the majority of the troops to attack Moon City, how much strength can be left here? Mr. Huang said carelessly, without the help of the heavenly Tao, do you think you can stop us? Although it was the heptagold epic that gave birth to him and raised him, there was no pity in his eyes. He only wanted to destroy it to vent the hatred in his heart. Then come and try. The adamantine ancestor emperor only sneered. You guys split up and attack first. Leave him to me. Mr. Huang waved his hand. All right, be careful. The Eastern Venerate did not say anything more. Clearly, he already knew about the hatred in Mr. Huang's heart. How could he trust someone from the ancient epic so much if he did not know everything about him? Since even the Eastern Venerate said so, Yi Shiwen and the others naturally had no objections. They knew that attacking the heptagold epic as soon as possible was the right thing to do. It should be known that although the heaven sealing talisman could temporarily seal the heavenly Tao, it was not eternal. Once the battle was in a stalemate, the heavenly Tao might break out. At that time, with the support of the heavenly Tao, the strength of the heptagold epic would increase exponentially. It would pose a huge threat to them. Under the command of the Eastern Venerate and the others, the army moved out in a single file. They went around the two sides and directly attacked the heptagold epic. You want to go over? Have you asked me? The adamantine ancestor emperor roared and waved his hand. He instantly tore apart the void and covered the martial epic's army, wanting to capture them all in one fell swoop. What horrifying strength! This adamantine ancestor emperor is probably above the 7th realm. Yi Shiwen was inwardly shocked. Unlike the Fortune God dynasty, these ancient eras naturally couldn't be compared to the martial Tao era in terms of foundation. Every time there was a great shattering of heaven and earth, ordinary creatures would suffer heavy casualties. However, the peak experts among them could withstand the destruction of the world again and again. This accumulation was terrifyingly deep. Due to the destruction of the heavenly Tao, only a few remained, struggling for breath. It was hard for them to advance valiantly like the experts of the martial epoch, gaining the protection of the heavenly Tao. However, after accumulating for a long time, they were still horrifying. Even if it was just like a tortoise crawling, with the passage of time after experiencing so many great catastrophes, he would still become a peerless expert. In other words, as long as one could cultivate for countless years, even a pig could become an unparalleled expert. Of course, the prerequisite was that the pig could survive for so many years. Above the seventh realm of heavenly venerate, one could go anywhere in the world. One could practically be said to be unstoppable. Such a peak expert was already on the market. This was practically an earth-shattering situation. This hand was simply too terrifying. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. A single hand could cover an entire galaxy. Any kind of defense could not stop this gigantic hand at all. Just as this huge golden hand covered the martial epic's army of tens of millions, another huge hand suddenly shot out. It was another huge golden hand. Rumble! The two huge hands clapped together fiercely, and the huge hand created by the adamantine ancestor emperor was instantly smashed into powder. At this moment, Mr. Huang stepped forward and said, "I'll handle this. You all leave quickly. There's no need to care about me." Earlier, Mr. Huang had made a move which allowed him to easily block the adamantine ancestor emperor's attack. "You have completely submitted to the martial epoch. Humph! Let's see how you die." The adamantine ancestor emperor sneered. A golden spear had appeared in his hand, and he thrust it directly at Mr. Huang. The light that erupted from the spear was incomparably dazzling, as though it had covered the light emitted by the stars in the Gungjin major world. This spear was simply too horrifying. Even if ordinary creatures were just grazed by the explosion's shock waves, they would still suffer millions of casualties. There was simply no way to resist it. At this moment, a golden staff appeared in Mr. Huang's hand. He swung it down and ruthlessly clashed with the spear. Rumble! The aftermath of the battle between the two sides was extremely terrifying, but not even a speck of it splashed out. All of it was blocked by a ripple. It was the adamantine ancestor emperor and Mr. Huang who worked together to seal off the aftermath of the battle. Mr. Huang did not want the shock waves to injure the martial epic's army, and the adamantine ancestor emperor did not want the aged gold great realm to be destroyed. Both of them consciously started to control the shock waves, preventing a terrifying storm from erupting. Just at this moment, the army of the boundless martial epoch charged into the heptagold great realm. Although the adamantine ancestor monarch woke up first and made a move to block them, delaying them for only a short time. This was not enough for the aged gold great realm's army to completely organize themselves. They often organized themselves and soared into the sky, trying to stop the martial epic's army. However, they were defeated in an instant. Before the martial epic's army, which held absolute strength, the aged gold great realm's army was not a match at all. They could not stop them and were wiped out in a short time. Without the help of the aged gold great realm's heavenly Tao, the aged gold great realm's army simply could not contend with the martial epic's army, which was much weaker. Furthermore, the Eastern heavenly venerates and the other heavenly venerates took turns to crush the aged gold great realm's army. Hence, the martial epic's army practically advanced, sweeping through everything in its path. There was no obstruction at all. This was because they were going to sacrifice the aged gold great realm in the end. Hence, they did not hold back. It was not like when they fought in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, where they had to pay attention to etiquette. Here, they just killed everyone. No matter what kind of life form it would be killed, unable to survive. However, most of these aged gold great realm life forms were born from the aged gold chi. They were all very strong, much stronger than the ordinary life forms of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Of course, the seventh gold great era had experienced many great catastrophes. So how could there be any truly ordinary creatures that could survive? Those ordinary creatures couldn't even survive, let alone others. This was not a vendetta, but a war between two epochs. There was only one reason for the martial epoch and the ancient epoch to fight each other: to survive. If the aged gold great realm had the opportunity, they would invade the Fortune Divine Dynasty and start a massacre, plundering resources, the great Tao, and luck. This would allow them to survive the next great apocalypse more easily. The martial epoch also wanted to break through these ancient epochs and sacrifice them to the heavens to extend the martial epoch's lifespan. As the life forms of the martial epoch, the longer the martial epoch existed, the more benefits they would obtain. They would become stronger and more likely to truly break through to the great Tao of eternal life. This had nothing to do with vendetta, it was just for survival. Such a massacre finally startled another heavenly venerate ancestor of the aged gold great realm. He immediately charged out and saw the martial epoch's people massacring everyone. He could not help glaring at this scene, feeling like his chi and blood flowed backward. This ancestor roared and directly killed thousands of martial epoch elites. Then he brazenly attacked the martial epoch's army. "Let me!" Just at this moment, Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon suddenly roared and charged out, clashing with this Heavenly Venerate ancestor of the aged gold great realm, blocking him in an instant. The battle between the two sides instantly erupted, charging into the depths of the aged gold great realm's starry river. Boundless stars shattered in an instant, looking like they were splitting heaven and earth apart. Both sides instantly executed their unimaginable secret techniques. Although the aged gold great Tao appeared very early, it had its own outstanding aspects and was very incredible. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon was no pushover. She held up a silver moon in her hand, shattering everything in her path. No one could block her. Both sides were simply evenly matched, like a general meeting a talented general. They immediately fought each other, and it was difficult to separate them. "Come, let's continue forward." The Eastern Heavenly Venerate only glanced at the battlefield between Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon and that ancient Heavenly Venerate before continuing to give orders. Such a scene was not enough to move him. This was because they were fighting an epoch-ending war. Before an epoch-ending war, the extermination of nations and races was just child's play. He did not have much time to waste, as the heaven-sealing talisman could not seal the aged gold great Tao forever. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate gave the order, and the army continued to sweep through the depths of the aged gold great realm. Yi Shiwen and the War Venerate were like two arrowheads, shouldering the heavy responsibility of sweeping through everything. The two no longer held back and directly attacked, continuously crushing the aged gold great realm's resistance. They also knew that time was tight. The martial epoch's army followed closely behind the two, sweeping up the remnants. The speed at which this army swept through was too fast. In just a short time, they had already killed their way into the center of the aged gold great realm. During this process, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate did not make a move. Instead, he watched indifferently. However, he seemed to be preparing for something. There were faint, incomparably strong fluctuations of magic power forming ripples around him. When the army swept all the way to the center of the Gingjin Great World, Eastern Celestial Venerate finally made his move. He let out a long roar, and the spiritual power in his body formed a large array in a strange way. With him as the core, it spread out and completely surrounded the entire Gunjin Great World. "Martial Venerate, War Venerate, protect me. I want to sacrifice myself to the heavens." Chapter 3458. Yi Shiwen and Zhan Zun instantly understood the Eastern Celestial Venerate's purpose. He was sacrificing himself to the heavens. At this moment, he actually wanted to destroy the seventh gold epic by himself. The Great Formation with the Eastern Celestial Venerate as its core covered the entire seventh gold epic. It was a sacrificial Great Formation. Rumble. In an instant, everyone felt that the entire seventh gold epic was in the seventh gold great world started to shake violently. It was like everything was disintegrating. Mountains, rivers, seas, time, space, everything was disintegrating. This was the start of the world being sacrificed. At this moment, the martial epic's heavenly Tao, which everyone could no longer feel, suddenly appeared again. Under the guidance of the Great Formation, it started to receive the entire seventh gold epic. If the martial epic devoured the seventh gold epic, it could extend its existence by a lot. This was a confrontation between two epics, a collision of two epics. Because it felt the existence of the martial epic, the seventh gold epic's heavenly Tao started to struggle violently, trying to escape from the heaven-sealing talisman. It felt the aura of destruction. This aura was even more horrifying than the Great Apocalypse. This was because there was still life after the Great Apocalypse. However, if it was devoured by the martial epic this time, there would be no life at all. The seventh gold epic's heavenly Tao represented the will of countless living beings in the seventh gold epic. No living being wanted to be destroyed. The more this was the case, the stronger its will to resist. Furthermore, this was not something that the martial epic could cover. Soon, the Eastern Celestial Venerate felt an intense resistance. His expression gradually turned unsightly. At this moment, the Eastern Celestial Venerate finally discovered that he had underestimated the difficulty of sacrificing an epic. Even if his heavenly Tao was sealed, he would still receive an intense backlash. He would receive the instinctive backlash of this world, this opportunity and this great Tao. Just this alone made him feel very uncomfortable. According to legend, the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord had uprooted those ancient epics and sacrificed them. It did not seem difficult and was completed very smoothly. However, this did not mean that it was not difficult. It was because the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord was too strong. The Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch was invincible because of his peerless strength. If it were him, the disparity between them would immediately become apparent. With his wisdom, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the problem that the Eastern Venerable had encountered. It wasn't easy to forcefully sacrifice the seventh gold era. Although the heavenly way had been sealed, the body of the seventh gold era was still intact. It was just that many creatures had been slaughtered, but it hadn't reached the point of complete destruction yet. Yi Shiwen quickly discovered the Eastern Venerable's situation. Naturally, he would suffer a great counterattack. At this moment, another seventh gold era's celestial venerate flew out. He was much weaker than the previous two, but he was still a celestial venerate with unimaginably terrifying strength. With his strength and foundation, a war venerate's foundation was child's play. At this time, the Zhan Zun shot forward and blocked him outside the army. The two of them instantly charged into the starry sky. This was because he knew very well that the Eastern Venerable couldn't be disturbed at this time. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. This was also why the Eastern Venerable wanted him and Yi Shiwen to protect him together. Therefore, he used his trump card almost immediately and dragged this seventh gold era's celestial venerable all the way into the starry sky, forcibly isolating him. At this time, only Yi Shiwen was left beside the Eastern Venerable. The battlefield was also divided into several parts. The various armies were also under the leadership of the Emperor-Emperors, constantly attacking and destroying the seventh gold era's experts. These experts didn't have any leaders. Even if an Emperor appeared, Yi Shiwen would kill them. They couldn't organize a decent defense and were no match for the martial epic's army. This army was definitely the best of the martial epic. Among them, the Emperors were mostly in the 7th realm, 8th realm, and even peak Emperors. The seventh gold era's experts were killed the moment they flew up. They couldn't do anything at all. Yi Shiwen stood guard beside the Eastern Venerate, watching him struggle more and more. Although the Eastern Venerate borrowed a portion of the martial epoc's heavenly Tao's power, he still could not completely suppress the seventh metal epoc's will and worship him. As time went by, the battle between the heavenly venerables became more and more intense. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. It wasn't like the martial epoc's army, which could sweep through everything. However, the problem was that, as time went by, the heaven-sealing talisman was gradually weakening. Once the seventh gold era's heavenly law broke free again, they would definitely fail this time. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not even 1/10 of the tens of millions of soldiers would be able to escape. Some of the heavenly venerables would also die. The heavenly law in its rage was extremely terrifying. Its anger came from the anger of all living beings. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally couldn't sit still. He suddenly stood up and said to the Eastern Venerable, "I'm going to destroy the seventh gold era's ley lines and completely destroy the seventh gold era. Otherwise, if this continues, the seventh gold era's heavenly law will break free soon." The Eastern Venerable nodded. In the end, he didn't reject Yi Shiwen's suggestion. The so-called will of the heavenly law was the will of all living beings. If all living beings were destroyed, everything in the world would be destroyed, and the heavenly law would naturally cease to exist. This was the fastest and best way to take drastic measures. However, he also knew that he would share a lot of the credit with Yi Shiwen. However, he had no other choice. This was because he discovered that there was a fundamental problem with his previous plan. Without personally trying to uproot an ancient era, it was impossible to understand how horrifying the difficulty of this matter was. Just by looking at the fortune creation Heavenly Lord's actions, one might even have the illusion that this matter was very simple. Previously, he had underestimated the difficulty of this matter. At the same time, he had overestimated himself. Now that he thought about it, he realized how naive he had been. Fortunately, he had made a lot of preparations for this matter. He had even found a peerless treasure like the heaven-sealing talisman that had been lost for generations. Otherwise, he would have been defeated as soon as he started. However, this matter was related to whether he could become a middle heavenly lord. There was no room for any accidents. Becoming a middle heavenly lord was almost guaranteed. However, if he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Yi Shiwen received the Eastern Heavenly Venerate's reply, he immediately flew out like an arrow, and then suddenly rushed into the underground of the aged Gold World. The earth of the Golden Hepta Great World was composed of countless golden Hepta energies. It was priceless even in the Fortune God dynasty. However, it was useless to the current Yi Shiwen. All he could do was collect all the golden Hepta energies that passed by. This could also greatly increase the foundation of the human race. He went all the way to the deepest part of the aged Gold World. In the deepest part of the aged Gold World, countless aged gold chi suddenly emerged. The earth of a world was the place where the will of the world was the most profound. Almost instantly, countless aged gold chi turned into countless terrifying attacks that swept towards Yi Shiwen. Roar! Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. In an instant, these attacks were completely turned into nothingness. They couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. And Yi Shiwen also went on a killing spree, directly attacking. One after another, the golden Hepta chi formed a dragon. The earth veins were tumbling, but they were all caught by Yi Shiwen and then killed, instantly turned into golden Hepta chi that filled the sky and then was collected by him. In addition to the aged gold chi, there were many other metal attribute laws. All kinds of existences suppressed the entire aged gold world. However, they were all destroyed by Yi Shiwen. Without these earth dragons and the earth veins guarding, disasters began to occur frequently in the aged gold world. All kinds of volcanoes erupted, heaven and earth began to collapse, the earth began to split, and the oceans disappeared and dried up. This was something that could only happen when a world was about to enter the rhythm of destruction. And this aged gold world was the current base camp of the aged gold era. Once the aged gold world was destroyed, the entire aged gold era would be finished. There would be no chance of a comeback. And at this moment, the world's will of the aged gold world finally awakened. In the depths of the earth, a figure emerged. With lightning speed, a golden light swept towards Yi Shiwen. This golden light was extremely brilliant. It seemed to be able to collapse the entire world. There was a scene of the beginning of the world. Yi Shiwen instantly raised his hand to block it. In an instant, there was a sound that sounded like gold and iron colliding. Dang! There was an incomparably loud sound. Yi Shiwen only felt that his arm actually began to feel slightly numb. His physical body had been transformed by the world tree fruit. It could be said to be incomparably strong. Now, just a simple collision made him feel numb. One could imagine how strong this golden light was. And right in front of him, this golden light revealed its original appearance. Right in front of him, the golden light revealed its original appearance. It was a cold creature covered in golden light, and its face could not be seen clearly. This creature was about the height of a person, and its entire body was wrapped in endless golden light. Its body had the power to destroy heaven and earth, as if the sun, moon, and stars were circulating within it. However, this sun, moon, and stars was not the sun, moon, and stars of the martial epoch, but the sun, moon, and stars of the seventh gold epoch. It was a completely different system. So it's something born from the aged gold ancestral chi that carries the world's will. Yi Shiwen was extremely shocked. This aged gold ancestral chi was possessed by the world's will. It should be something that would only appear during the early stages of the aged gold era. It should not be seen at all now. But now, because the world was about to be destroyed, it had reappeared. Chapter 3459. Boom! Universe Creation Palm. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly as he looked at the figure formed by the Gung Jin ancestral chi in front of him. This Gung Jin ancestral chi was the most fundamental chi that was born when the Gung Jin era was first born. It was one of the components that formed the entire world. Its status was a bit similar to the supreme ancestral talisman in the talisman Taoism era. Unfortunately, the Gung Jin ancestral chi could not evolve into a matchless magic weapon like the supreme ancestral talisman. With the strength of his body, he could easily destroy Yi Shiwen's attack. However, under the universe creation palm, he only wanted to protect himself. He had to rely on the power of the Gung Jin era to protect himself. It was conceivable how terrifying Yi Shiwen's palm was. This was under the condition that the Heaven's Way was sealed by the Heaven's Sealing Talisman. If it were under normal circumstances, Yi Shiwen would have dared to destroy the Earth's veins and the foundation of the seventh metal era. Then the opponent he would have faced wouldn't just be the seventh metal ancestral chi. He would have definitely paid a painful price. However, if this continued after countless years, this Gung Jin ancestral chi could brew into a matchless master. He would be born as a heavenly lord. He would enjoy the destiny of the Gung Jin era, and his future would be limitless. Almost instantly his body was split apart. No blood splashed out because this was not a living creature. It was the Heaven's Way of the Gung Jin era, reviving with the help of the Gung Jin ancestral chi to fight Yi Shiwen. However, in just a moment, the Gung Jin ancestral chi had recovered. Although it was beaten by Yi Shiwen and was very embarrassed, it was not completely defeated. This Gung Jin ancestral chi was really tyrannical to the extreme. There was a loud sound of breaking through the air. Yi Shiwen did not know when he had shot out countless divine arrows. They covered the sky and the earth, and suddenly enveloped the Gung Jin ancestral chi, blocking all his space of advance and retreat. It could be refined into a matchless magic weapon. Boom! The universe creation palm, which had most of its power removed by the law armor, fell on the Gung Gene ancestral chi. He just stepped and shook off the endless Gung Gene ancestral chi. He was like a demon that could destroy the world. There was no fear on his face, and he just directly punched. His roots were ordinary, but he had made it to where he was today step by step. Therefore, in this aspect, he was the most indifferent. The aged metal ancestral chi seemed to have finally realized the terror and power of Yi Xuan's palm. How could it just ignore it? It let out a long roar, and the power of the entire aged metal world surged towards its body. Countless laws of the aged metal era revolved around its body. In an instant, it formed an armor that firmly protected it. Although the recovery ability of the Gungjin ancestral chi was terrifying, Yi Xuan wasn't flustered because he believed that everything had its own limits. Once it went too far, it would collapse. The surrounding universe of the aged, gold, great world shattered, and the underground earth veins exploded. The might of Yi Xuan's fortune universe palm had been displayed to the extreme under the support of the boundless manifestation's hand. The entire underground was trembling, and the entire world was collapsing. The divine might of the extreme way bloomed, and endless auspicious lights gushed out. Bang! Each of Yi Xuan's arrows was aimed directly at its vital parts. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the martial way of his archery was burning. At this moment, he had truly transformed into a terrifying archery master. With a longbow in hand, he could destroy a world. This was Yi Xuan's current state. It was just a pity. It was like watching a peerless treasure being destroyed in front of him. Because it was forcibly awakened, it was injected with the will of the heavenly way, which was also the will of all living beings. However, its fate was ultimately interrupted. Although it had the combat power of a heavenly master as soon as it was born, it seemed to be no different from the birth of a great master. In fact, the difference was too great. It was impossible to make any greater progress in the future. Whoosh! The sound of the bowstring vibrating was accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking through the air. The divine arrow shot directly towards the aged metal ancestral chi. If such a character had been born in the aged metal era, he would have even grown into a character like the Lord of Heaven creation. Unfortunately, the aged metal era was already ruined. A true dragon could not be nurtured underwater. If he was born too late, the result would be like this. The opportunities that he could obtain would also be cut off. He did not use that singing technique again. Instead, his hands turned into a world and directly slammed down. The simple exchange just now made him understand the power of the physical body of the powerhouse formed by the aged metal ancestral chi. How could a simple divine arrow shoot him to death so easily? This was the so-called heaven is watching. It was not that the time had not yet come. For Yi Xuan, this was meaningless. No matter how powerful his foundation was, it was useless if he could not transform. With a loud roar, the aged metal ancestral chi smashed the divine arrow shot by Yi Xuan on the spot with just one punch. However, before it could further attack Yi Xuan, it was as if this aged metal ancestral chi had existed at the beginning of the aged metal era's evolution. However, until the aged metal era was destroyed, and after experiencing many great catastrophes, it still did not take shape. It could only exist in the form of the aged metal ancestral chi. Any creature from the aged metal era could only retreat. They did not dare to block it at all. Even if they were swept by the aftermath, they would explode and turn into a pool of flesh and blood. Even an emperor-level powerhouse was no exception. An incomparably loud sound came. Yi Xuan's universe creation palm seemed to have reversed the world. With the power of heaven and earth, it smashed onto the aged metal ancestral chi. However, Yi Xuan immediately realized that this was also an opportunity for him. As long as he erased the consciousness of the aged metal era's heavenway, it would be restored to its original form. It would be restored to the aged metal ancestral chi, which was another rare divine material. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen did not hold back at all. His cultivation of the fourth realm completely broke out. Facing this aged metal ancestral chi, he completely broke out. Whoosh! The law armor on the aged metal ancestral chi's body collapsed in an instant. No law could stop his attack. It was interrupted on the spot. Even the space where he stood was smashed into pieces. This aged metal ancestral chi was unbelievably tyrannical. However, Yi Shiwen was not to be trifled with. In fact, he was even stronger and more terrifying. Next, the aged metal ancestral chi let out a long roar. His fists were like iron cannons as he directly blasted out to resist the universe creation palm. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless because he couldn't stop Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen kept shooting divine arrows, forcing him to retreat step by step. Although he could catch the arrows with his bare hands, it didn't mean that the divine arrows didn't hurt him at all. He just kept retreating because of those simple arrows. Facing the countless divine arrows that pierced through the air, the aged metal ancestral chi was not in a hurry. He directly punched out and created fist shadows that covered the sky. He directly faced the divine arrows and smashed them into pieces on the spot. The entire underground was blasted into the atomic state. A large area was vacated. Just the aftermath of the explosion almost destroyed the foundation of the earth veins. This was the terrifying power of a battle between heavenly masters. Gung Jin ancestral chi had just steadied himself. So how could he resist? He didn't even have time to summon his nomological armor. Although he had the infinite support of the Gung Jin era, he wasn't invincible, nor was he omnipotent. He was blasted away on the spot, and his Gung Jin ancestral chi body shattered on the spot. However, he immediately recovered. With the support of the will of the heavenly path, he wouldn't even become weak. This was the most terrifying aspect. Ordinary celestial venerables simply couldn't compare. Universe creation palm. The last one was the killer move. In other words, Yi Shiwen was now close to the bottom line of the aged metal era. In order not to be destroyed, the aged metal era was also going all out. He directly integrated the will of the heavenly way into the aged metal ancestral chi and evolved such a top expert to stop Yi Shiwen. If he had come into the world with great success, his future would be limitless. He would become a peerless expert that could shake the long river of time. He could move unhindered through endless eras. But now that he had come into the world forcefully, even if he had the combat power of a heavenly master, it was only at this level. Yi Shiwen rushed up again. A big hand turned into a world and slashed down again. It was as if the entire world had been integrated into it. It was very terrifying. He made a strong move. Endless golden light condensed on his body into a long bow. He pulled it directly. There were no arrows, but he just grabbed the void and grabbed a galaxy, which turned into a divine arrow. It contained his terrifying mind that could split the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it shot towards the aged metal ancestral chi. The aged metal ancestral chi was also expressionless. He was instilled with endless fighting thoughts by the will of the heavenly way. Only his fighting instincts were left, and he turned into a terrifying supreme. However, since this aged metal ancestral chi had come into the world ahead of time, the original should be meaningless to him. The existence of this kind of foundation was difficult to find in the world. It was difficult to find 3 to 5 in an era. But to nurture a matchless character or matchless magic weapon, it would take far more time than ordinary people could imagine. Very soon, the aged metal ancestral chi was suppressed. This aged metal ancestral chi's foundation was terrifying enough, and the body it transformed into was extremely powerful. But if it wanted to compete with Yi Shiwen in terms of martial arts and comprehension of the realm, it was still too far away. Buzz! Seeing this, the aged metal ancestral chi was furious. He represented the will of the heavenly way of the aged metal era. Seeing the scene, how could he not be angry? But Yi Shiwen had no intention of stopping. I want to see how many palms you can take from me. Luck was extremely important to a cultivator. Chapter 3460. Although ordinary heavenly venerables were said to have boundless magic power and remarkable abilities, they all had their limits. Humans had their limits, but the heavens were endless. At least, humans could not explore the limits of the heavenly way's power. And now, the expert formed by the gung metal ancestral Qi carried the will of the heavenly way and added the power of the heavenly way into it. It truly embodied what was endless. You can't kill me. A strange, hoarse voice came into Yi Shiwen's mind. Although Yi Shiwen had never heard it before, it did not prevent him from judging that this was the voice of the gung metal ancestral Qi. This was his will, the will that was instilled into it. I can't kill you, ha ha ha. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. In the end, you're just a puppet that's being manipulated. Don't you hate the fact that you've come into being ahead of time and ruined all your opportunities? I hate you, but I hate you even more. The voice of the gung metal ancestral Qi contained boundless hatred. It contained the anger of being forced into being, but it contained the resentment of the countless beings and things that were about to be killed and destroyed in the gung metal era. All of it gathered together and vented towards Yi Shiwen. The will of the heavenly way was the will of all beings. The world was about to be destroyed. The anger of all beings could be imagined. However, Yi Shiwen had nothing to say. This was not a vendetta, but a collision between two eras for survival. For me, there is nothing that the universe creation palm can't solve. If there is, then I'll give you another palm. Let's see how many palms you can take. Yi Shiwen was also ruthless. He directly launched another universe creation palm. Each palm greatly consumed his king-level dragon vein. After a series of uses, that incomplete king-level dragon vein was on the verge of disappearing. However, Yi Shiwen did not regret it. If he did not have this incomplete king-level dragon vein, how could he have advanced so quickly? As long as he could sacrifice the gung metal era this time, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. With the help of the martial epic's heavenly way, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to ascend to the Eastern heavenly lord position. Be willing, be willing. You can only gain by giving up. Yi Shiwen had long understood this principle. Another palm strike of the universe creation palm struck down, and the momentum of the heavens reversed, slapping down on the body of the Gungjin ancestral Qi. The seventh metal ancestral Qi was once again shattered. However, it stubbornly condensed again. No matter how much it was consumed after being slapped, there would always be an inexhaustible source of power to replenish it. Compared to such an inexhaustible source of power, Yi Shiwen's infinite magic power seemed nothing. Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to see the indifferent smile on the face of the gung metal ancestral Qi. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. It seemed as if he didn't notice that the gung metal ancestral Qi was constantly recovering. He just slapped the gung metal ancestral Qi again and again. Every slap sent the gung metal ancestral Qi flying and broke it on the spot. However, it quickly recovered. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Shiwen couldn't stop it. Palm after palm. Every time the palm landed, the power of the heavens would be reversed, and the underground veins would also completely collapse. Countless volcanoes on the surface erupted. The earth shattered, and cracks appeared in the sea, evaporating on the spot or disappearing into an endless black hole. You're destroying the veins. At this time, the gung metal ancestral Qi also reacted at once. No wonder Yi Shiwen was neither fast nor slow. Even though he knew that he couldn't kill him, he still kept slapping the gung metal ancestral Qi. It turned out that in the process, the entire gung metal world's veins had already been destroyed. Every palm could destroy countless veins. Although the gung metal world was huge, it couldn't withstand the continuous gung metal ancestral Qi from a heavenly master like Yishuan. At this time, it had already been completely destroyed. In the center of the Gung metal world, the Eastern Heavenly Lord's sacrificial ceremony was also becoming more and more successful. The veins were destroyed and countless creatures died tragically. The Gung metal era's resistance was also decreasing. The Gung metal era's heavenly way was the incarnation of the will of all living beings and all things. However, if all living beings and all things were destroyed, he would naturally cease to exist. At this time, he was also greatly weakened and couldn't stop the Eastern Heavenly Lord's actions. At this time, the Gung metal ancestral Qi finally understood Yishuan's plan. His eyes widened in anger, and he almost shed tears of blood. He was extremely angry. Yishuan laughed and said, "It's a little too late to just understand now." When he fought with the Gung metal ancestral Qi, the Gung metal ancestral Qi had many scruples and couldn't exert its full strength. However, it didn't matter to him. Every palm of universe, creation palm fell. Even if it couldn't destroy the Gung metal ancestral Qi, it could destroy the entire Gung metal world. An emperor-level master had the ability to destroy a world. Although they couldn't compete with the will of the heavenly way, they had the power to destroy the world. They just had to bear the backlash of the heavenly way represented by the will of all living beings, not to mention the heavenly Lord, who is more than 100 times more terrifying and powerful than the emperor-level masters. Destroying a world was nothing at all. Under the situation where the Gung metal era's heavenly way was sealed by the heaven sealing talisman, no one could stop it. Being able to revive the Gung metal ancestral Qi was already the Gung metal era's heavenly way's full strength. How could it continue to stop it? Not to mention, if the Gung metal era was sacrificed, even the heavenly way would no longer exist, let alone any sin. Because sin and merit were relative, there was a judgment standard. That was, the heavenly way would judge whether it was beneficial to the development of the heavenly way. If even the heavenly way didn't exist, then there was no doubt about sin and merit. The Gung metal ancestral Qi finally couldn't bear it anymore and erupted. Endless Gung metal ancestral Qi formed around him and turned into a terrible sword aura. In an instant, it formed a storm and shrouded Yishuan. However, how could Yishuan be afraid of this Gung metal ancestral Qi? He wore the robe of time and tore the sky full of golden light from his hands. He directly tore the storm of the Gung metal sword aura apart on the spot and turned it into nothingness. Then he took a step forward and slapped down another palm of universe creation palm, directly smashing the Gung metal ancestral Qi into pieces. It was just that most of the power gathered by the Gung metal ancestral Qi just now had turned into the sword aura storm. At this time, it couldn't be revived immediately. Everything in the world had a limit. This Gung metal ancestral Qi seemed to be able to revive infinitely, but it also had its own limit. And this was its limit. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Yishuan. Yishuan's big hand suddenly grabbed out and turned into a terrible ray of light. It suddenly grabbed into the body of the Gung metal ancestral Qi and grabbed a wisp of will out. This wisp of will was crushed on the spot. This was the will of the heavenly way, but only a wisp. Because the main body had been sealed by the heaven sealing talisman, it was already very difficult to be able to reveal such a wisp. Otherwise, if it was the complete will of the heavenly way, it wouldn't be so easily crushed by Yishuan. A smile appeared on Yishuan's face. The explosion of the endless Terra Meridians just now was just incidental. This was his real purpose. As expected, the Gung metal ancestral Qi was fooled. In the end, it was still too naive. It erupted most of its power, and it couldn't recover in time. This was Yishuan's purpose. Sure enough, in front of him, the Gung metal ancestral Qi didn't change back to its human form. Instead, it turned into a ball of Gung metal ancestral Qi on the spot. The dazzling ray of light that filled the sky seemed to steal all the colors of the light. This was the foundation of the entire Gung metal era. In the entire Gung metal era, there weren't even 3 to 5 pieces of this level of divine material. With the remaining bit of spiritual wisdom, the Gung metal ancestral Qi wanted to fly away and escape from Yi Shiwen's control. However, how could Yi Shiwen give it such a chance? He immediately stretched out his big hand and grabbed this ball of Gung metal ancestral Qi in his hand. He began to erase the remaining bit of spiritual wisdom on the spot, completely turning it into a divine material of the heavens. At the same time, he also erased the possibility of it turning into a peerless figure in the future. Unless it took countless years, it would be possible to nurture another piece of spiritual wisdom. However, it was obvious that it was impossible for him to have such an opportunity. This ball of Gung metal ancestral Qi was in his hand, but Yi Shiwen was a little hesitant because he was now faced with 2 choices. One was to refine the Gung metal ancestral Qi into his body, so that his gilded tyrant form could go up another level. Just by relying on his body, he would be able to contend with the celestial master Taoist tools. It was even possible to destroy the celestial master Taoist tools. In the gilded tyrant form that he cultivated in the past, there were laws of metal attribute in it. In terms of the fundamental origin, it was also the same origin as this Gung metal ancestral Qi. This was also the reason why he could integrate the Gung metal ancestral Qi into his body. Another option was to refine the Gung metal ancestral Qi into a peerless Taoist tool. He didn't need other materials to refine it directly into a heavenly weapon, because Gung metal itself was mainly used for killing. Refining it into a heavenly weapon Taoist tool was the most suitable. Yi Shiwen currently didn't have a life Taoist tool. Although he had a lot of Taoist tools on hand, he couldn't really exert 200% of their power without a life Taoist tool. After all, the improvement of his strength was limited. Moreover, once the refinement was successful, this heavenly weapon Taoist tool would immediately become an outstanding Taoist tool. It would leap to the top and become invincible. His strength would also be greatly improved all of a sudden. These 2 methods were considered to have their own advantages and disadvantages. This was the first time that he had fallen into such a dilemma. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain Gung metal ancestral Qi, which was a divine material that could only be produced 3 to 5 times in an era. It could be said that it was so precious that even a divine city of the 10 great divine cities couldn't afford it. However, Yi Shiwen was a decisive person. He only hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. That was to integrate this Gung metal ancestral Qi into his body to strengthen the gilded tyrant form. Chapter 3461. At this stage, it was almost impossible to skip levels. This was because the factors that could allow one to skip levels did not exist in this realm. These were all deduced by the mysterious space. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not have known that it could be used in this way. However, from the matter of the 7th metal ancestral Qi, Yi Shiwen also discovered another way to enhance his strength. As time gradually approached the Great Apocalypse, those ancient eras would become more and more crazy. They wanted to destroy the Fortune divine dynasty for no other reason than to survive. The current peace was just to accumulate strength. Before this, there were only a few factors that could allow people to surpass their cultivation level. One of them was mastering outstanding combat skills. However, at this realm, who was weaker than who? Who hadn't experienced hundreds of battles and walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Even the flowers that were raised in the most greenhouse were similarly experienced in battles. Without exception, all of them had created their own path of conquest. It was very difficult to distinguish who was superior and who was inferior. He could even use this to comprehend the mysteries of many laws of the 7th Metal Era. Although the 7th Metal Era had been destroyed, it was still a powerful civilization that once dominated the world. It must have its merits. If Yi Shiwen could comprehend it completely, it would not be difficult to reach the level of the Fortune divine monarch. At the very least, he would be able to dominate many ancient eras. At that time, coupled with the 7th metal ancestral Qi that had integrated into his body, he would be able to fight against a fifth realm celestial master. Even the top fifth realm celestial master would not be able to kill him. There was his family, his lover, and everything he had there. He couldn't just let it go like this. Although it seemed like the apocalypse was still very far away, he still understood the principle of not planning for eternity, not planning for a moment. Everything had to be prepared as early as possible. The longer it was towards the end, the less time was left for him. Instead, he had to comprehend his own great way. He had to walk a road that no one had ever walked before and no one would follow. He had to take one step at a time towards the end of the endless great way. Once he cultivated to the peak of the fourth realm, Yi Shiwen could rely on the refinement of the seventh metal ancestral qi to fight against a master of the fifth realm. His combat strength was enough to surpass levels. The wonders of this gung metal ancestral qi naturally went without saying. It was the essence nurtured by the entire gung metal great era. Invaluable and immeasurable. Yi Shiwen quickly shook off these thoughts and directly integrated the seventh metal ancestral qi into his body. In an instant, densely packed blood beads seeped out of his body. The golden blood beads flowed down and almost dyed him into a golden man. It would be difficult for him to step into the fifth realm in a short period of time, but it would not be difficult for him to step into the peak of the fourth realm. This was because the world tree fruit he had watered with the blood essence of the heavenly venerate from the demonic epoch that he had killed was about to ripen. When the time came, he would be able to save millions of years of cultivation and directly reach the peak of the fourth realm. Once he could digest the gung metal ancestral qi, his defensive power would increase tremendously. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within the same realm, he would truly be invincible. No one would be able to hurt him. This gung metal ancestral qi was too overbearing. It almost instantly injured Yi Shiwen's indestructible, gilded tyrant form. His entire body was densely covered in scars. Now that he wanted to compete for the position of Eastern Holy Lord, the stronger he was, the better. He did not even care about Silver Moon. In his mind, the true enemy was space-time heavenly venerate. He had refined a heavenly venerate Tao tool, and he was naturally outstanding and invincible. However, in the end, Yi Shiwen still chose to smelt it into his body. Perhaps in the future, Silver Moon would be even more terrifying than space-time heavenly venerate after she regained her full strength. However, that was also in the distant future. At least in this time's battle for the position of Eastern Holy Lord, she would not play any role. However, this kind of melancholy only lasted for a moment. He was not such a sentimental person. Even if the world was going to be destroyed, he still had the power to protect himself. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that he wanted to do more and protect more people. Even if he became an extreme powerhouse, there were still some things that he could not let go of. If he gave up on them, even if he became a peerless powerhouse like the Fortune God Lord, what fun would there be for him? Another thing was the depth of his martial arts. Normally, the Emperor King realm needed to be crossed. It was normal for a realm to take hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. It was useless for an extreme powerhouse of a lower realm to make up for it. Only by breaking through to the next realm could one surpass the opponent of the same realm. At that time, the battle between the two sides would be truly intense. The Fortune God dynasty had to fight against the ancient era, prepare for the great destruction of the world, and suppress the foreign creatures within its borders. The situation would become more and more difficult. Even if Yi Shiwen had mastered the universe creation palm, it was still not enough for him to fight those of a higher realm. At most, he would be invincible among his peers, because Yi Shiwen's own strength limited the power of the universe creation palm. This was the first time since Yi Shiwen had entered the Emperor King realm that he had the combat power of a higher realm. The Emperor King realm had already entered the extreme realm. Although it was not as good as the heavenly venerate, it was also the extreme realm. The reason why it was called the extreme realm was that it was almost the end of the Great Way. It was not something that could be achieved by cultivating step by step. At that time, the possibility of him competing for the position of Eastern Holy Lord would increase by a lot. The fourth realm and the fifth realm were not the same concepts. Although blood was flowing all over his body, Yishuin did not care. He took a step forward and entered the depths of the ground. He began to frantically destroy the earth veins. If the earth veins were destroyed, the Gingjin Great World would also be destroyed. Then, the Gingjin era's heavenly way would no longer be strong. This was a drastic measure. In this case, the Gingjin ancestral chi, which could allow him to fight those of a higher realm, was extremely important. A fierce battle between the two was inevitable. Compared to the space-time heavenly venerate, the heavenly venerate Silver Moon, who had just broken through the heavenly gate tribulation, could not be considered a strong opponent. Yi Shiwen also thoroughly understood that if he wanted to fight those of a higher realm, it would only be possible with an epic-level divine object like the Gingjin ancestral chi. However, this kind of thing was too rare. An era might not even produce 3 or 5 of them. In addition, it could become a matchless powerhouse or become a peerless magic weapon, or be taken away by others. The difficulty of obtaining it again was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. But even so, he was already very satisfied. If he wanted to break through to the fifth realm, it would be very difficult without the help of the tribulation breaking incense. It would also depend on whether or not there would be opportunities later. If he only relied on painstaking efforts to improve like water dripping through a stone, the time needed was simply unimaginable. After all, it was the essence of an era. No matter how weak it was still much stronger than a human strength. Thinking of this, he could not help but reveal a somewhat self-deprecating smile. Ever since he was reborn into this world, he had been constantly struggling and climbing up. He wanted to survive and go further and further, but it seemed as if there would never be an end. He had cultivated to this point and lived as long as the world. But what was the use of that? Even the world was about to be destroyed, so what were people like them? The universe creation slash that Yi Shiwen displayed now certainly could not be compared to the peak of the fate Heavenly Lord. Although it was dragged down by Yi Shiwen's own realm and comprehension, the universe creation palm was still Yi Shiwen's hidden trump card. It was a trump card that could determine the universe with one strike. As for the divine secret manuals, which of these Emperor Lords did not create divine secret manuals? Originally, the amazing martial techniques below the Emperor Lord level were too ordinary here. In addition to diligently cultivating to improve one's realm, obtaining this extremely rare epic-level divine object was also a way. It was difficult, but it did not mean that it was impossible. In other words, the power of the universe creation palm depended on the strength of the user. The universe creation palm that Yi Shiwen used at the Emperor Lord level could not be compared to the Heavenly Lord level. If even Yi Shiwen could not bear it, it could be imagined that, if it were someone else, they would probably explode on the spot. However, because it was difficult, once the refinement was successful, his strength would also improve a lot, and he could even fight beyond his realm. At that time, Yi Shiwen, who also wanted to compete for the position of Eastern Heavenly Lord, would naturally face space-time Heavenly Lord. In short, this was also a way. Yi Shiwen had a strong sense of crisis ever since he knew about the epic battlefield. The Moon City being breached made him feel that a storm was coming. The reason why space-time Heavenly Lord did not have any ideas about the East, South, West, and West Heavenly Lords, but instead fought for the position of Middle Heavenly Lord was not because he was too stubborn, but because he understood that none of the East, South, West Heavenly Lords were easy to deal with. Everything had a price. It was impossible to accomplish something so easily, just like the fourth realm and the third realm were two different concepts. If Eastern Heavenly Lord succeeded in becoming a Middle Heavenly Lord, then Space-Time Heavenly Lord's plan would completely collapse. Then he would settle for second best and pursue the position of Eastern Heavenly Lord. At that time, how many people could Yi Shiwen protect with his strength? Moreover, Yi Shiwen also wanted to find a way to return to the myriad heavens. If the world was destroyed, the myriad heavens would also not be able to escape death. Without the protection of heavenly lords, the myriad heavens would probably be annihilated. At the same time, his combat strength would also increase to varying degrees. As long as he could refine it, he would not need to refine much, and he would be invincible in the fourth realm. Previously, Demon Venerable Myriad Stars level could not stop him, and he would not be as difficult to deal with as before. However, after Eastern Heavenly Lord became a Middle Heavenly Lord, he could not occupy two positions at the same time. At that time, he would have a chance. Chapter 3462. Given Yi Shiwen's Heavenly Venerate level strength, it was easy to imagine how fast he could wreak havoc. In just a short time, he had already destroyed the entire Gingjin Great World's earth veins. It should be said that most of them were destroyed along with him. The earth veins of the Gingjin Great World were like a large array. They were interconnected. Destroying one would destroy countless others. By the time he destroyed all these earth veins, the entire Gingjin Great World was in a state of devastation. Countless living beings died. Volcanoes erupted everywhere, and earthquakes kept happening. Above them, there was the army of the martial epic slaughtering the creatures of the Gingjin Great World and plundering their wealth. One could imagine how rich the wealth of an epic was. However, Yi Shiwen was not too interested in these ordinary things. They were not of much use to him. However, the Gingjin Qi was quite useful. When the time came, he could use this Gingjin Qi to refine millions or even tens of millions of divine weapons. The strength of the human race's elite troops would increase by more than a little. Therefore, he simply created a clone to collect the Gingjin Qi. As for the divine materials and the like, he plundered all that caught his eye. He had no use for them, but the human race could. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. Without this sudden wealth, how could the human race improve their strength in a short time? He returned to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate's side to protect him. However, he also knew that the Gingjin Great World's heavenly way should have been caught unprepared and could not fight back. Apart from the Gingjin ancestral Qi, no other existence had appeared to interrupt Yi Shiwen's destruction of the earth veins and the foundation of the Gingjin Great World. This was enough to show that the Gingjin Great World's heavenly way was powerless. However, Yi Shiwen still did not dare to underestimate the heavenly way of an epic. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. As for Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon and the others, Yi Shiwen had no intention of helping them. On Mr. Huang's side, the battle between experts above the seventh realm was not something he could interfere with, and he did not want to interfere either. He could intervene in the battles of the others, but he didn't. This was their opportunity and, at the same time, their wealth. The corpse of a seventh gold era celestial venerate was priceless. If he rashly interfered, he was afraid that he would be viewed with hostility. Therefore, he only watched and guarded the Eastern Sky Venerate's side, acting as his protector. He knew very well that the key to the success or failure of this operation did not lie with the few of them, but with the Eastern Sky Venerate. As long as he succeeded, the aged gold era would be doomed, and they would have made a great contribution. Seeing Yi Shiwen coming over, Eastern Tianzuan just smiled slightly. Then he closed his eyes again. He didn't say anything, but the two already had a tacit understanding. Naturally, they already knew that Yi Shiwen had succeeded. His face was pale. At every moment, the spiritual power in his body was being extracted by the sacrificial array. However, he was extremely rich and could withstand this consumption. Otherwise, his blood essence would have been completely absorbed by this sacrificial array, and he would have become a dried corpse. If he wanted to sacrifice to the heavenly way, how could it be done without paying a price? Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged and sensed the changes of the world. Endless resentment poured into his mind. How could this not be the case? He had destroyed all the hopes of the aged gold era, all the creatures, mountains, rivers, and all things that had been destroyed. These resentments all rushed into Yi Shiwen's mind. If it were an ordinary person, even a heavenly venerate would not be able to withstand it and would become a madman on the spot. However, Yi Shiwen was different. The mysterious space in his body and the world tree formed 2 layers of defense. They directly absorbed these resentments, and they could not affect him at all. As Yi Shiwen sensed the heavenly way, it was like he had opened his eyes. He saw everything that was happening in the unseen world. In his eyes, the 7th gold epic's heavenly Tao, which was sealed by the heaven sealing talisman, gradually took shape. It was no longer illusory, like 2 colossal beings colliding. Yes, it was not just the 7th gold epic's heavenly Tao that took shape. Another colossal being had also appeared. It was the martial epic's heavenly Tao. Originally, the martial epic's heavenly Tao was so far away in the primal chaos that it was already beyond his range. However, through the Eastern Celestial Venerate's great formation, the martial epic's heavenly Taos will descended and started to devour the 7th gold epic's heavenly Tao. It was the descent of the martial epic's heavenly Tao that directly stalled the 7th gold epic's heavenly Tao. Furthermore, it was sealed by the heaven-sealing talisman and could not free itself to do anything. It could only watch as Yi Shiwen wantonly wreaked havoc. Only a few resentful thoughts attacked Yi Shiwen. The collision of the 2 epics' heavenly ways was incomparably shocking to Yi Shiwen. It was like looking at the vast and boundless starry sky in his previous life. It had the same feeling of insignificance. Even though he had become a Tianzuan, he still seemed insignificant in front of the heavenly way. The collision of the laws that erupted from the collision of the 2 epics and the spread of the heavenly way ripples were simply unimaginable to the current Yi Shiwen. For him, there were many benefits. Almost every minute and every second produced a large amount of comprehension. It was as if it would never stop. Yi Shiwen looked over, but he could not see everything. It was like he could only take a scoop out of the sea. He was very depressed. There was a mountain of treasures in front of him, but he could not obtain anything. Although he only obtained a little, his comprehension of the realm was already approaching the peak of the 4th realm at an astonishing speed. As long as he accumulated enough power to match the peak of the 4th realm, he would already be an expert at the peak of the 4th realm. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't willing to give up. He clenched his teeth and directly used the mysterious space within his body. And he began to copy the scene of the battle between the 2 heavenly Tao experts. He couldn't remember everything that he had seen. He had comprehended everything that he had seen, and he had completely forgotten everything that he hadn't understood. In fact, he didn't even understand what had happened. Everything was too chaotic. As for the things that he had forgotten, as long as he could comprehend it thoroughly, he could casually pull out a little bit and create a sovereign lord. How could Yi Shiwen not feel distressed when he saw this? Therefore, he could only use the mysterious space to copy and record it. The mysterious space did not disappoint Yi Shiwen. It actually recorded the scene of the confrontation between the 2 epics. However, it only recorded the scene for a mere 15 minutes. Then it stopped, because the incomplete king leveled dragon vein in his body, which originally supplied energy to the mysterious space, had also completely turned into nothingness in this crazy consumption. The consumption of recording the battle between the 2 heavenly ways was too terrifying. Every minute and every second, Yi Shiwen had to consume an unimaginable amount of wealth. If it were not for the incomparable importance of the confrontation between the epics of the heavenly ways, which could not be bought with money, Yi Shiwen would not be willing to burn his wealth so crazily. In the end, it only took a mere quarter of an hour, but Yi Shiwen was already satisfied with the result. If he could thoroughly comprehend the scene of the confrontation of the heavenly ways in this quarter of an hour, then his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The improvement would not be just a little bit, and it would not be impossible for him to break through to the 5th realm in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen felt extremely carefree. Originally, he was still thinking hard about the opportunity to break through to the fifth realm. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he could completely comprehend it, he would have the opportunity to break through to the fifth realm. Moreover, his cultivation was also constantly improving during this constant comprehension. However, because he did not have the incomplete king-level dragon vein to burn, the speed of his comprehension continued to decline. It was not as fast as before. All of this could be considered as a gain and a loss. However, even so, he already had the cultivation of the peak of the fourth realm. As long as he swallowed the world tree fruit, he would truly have the martial arts and combat power of the peak of the fourth realm. While Yi Shiwen was comprehending, the confrontation between the two eras finally came to an end. The seventh gold era's heavenly way was originally weaker. Although the martial era's heavenly way was considered to have gone on a long journey and could not bring all of its power over, it was still enough to defeat the seventh gold era's heavenly way. Not to mention that it was still sealed. In addition, the seventh gold great world, where it was located, was also destroyed. It had long been weakened beyond recognition. Finally, after fighting for 10 days and 10 nights, it could not defeat the heavenly way and was swallowed up. The instant the seventh gold era was swallowed up by the martial era, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that the barrier between realms had loosened significantly. He felt that the heavenly way had become much more vast and majestic. He immediately understood that this was what the Eastern Venerate had mentioned before. The martial era had swallowed up more heavenly ways. Its great way had become more complete and stronger. Then, for the cultivators under the heavenly way, there would be many benefits. The greatest benefit was that there would be many experts. Originally, it would be very difficult to break through realms, but now it would be very easy. The fortune creation heavenly monarch even speculated that if the martial epoch could devour all the ancient epochs, then it would become tyrannical to an unprecedented realm. Not only would it be able to exist for an infinitely longer period of time, but its great Tao would also be infinitely complete. It was said that powerhouses under the heavenly Tao would also appear. Sovereign emperors and other powerhouses would simply be like carps in a river, and heavenly venerables would appear in tens of thousands. However, this speculation was just speculation. It was impossible to swallow up all the ancient eras. Even the fortune creation heavenly lord could not do this, let alone them. I finally succeeded. The Eastern Venerate finally heaved a sigh of relief. After 10 days and 10 nights, he had used up all the wealth on him. Now he finally succeeded. Chapter 3463. The Eastern Venerate heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, these 10 days and nights would have passed in the blink of an eye. However, these 10 days and nights of presiding over the sacrificial ceremony felt like millions of years, even tens of millions of years. Every minute and second felt like a year, a kind of torture. This was because he had underestimated the difficulty of sacrificing a heavenly Tao. This difficulty was not something an ordinary person could imagine. He was not prepared, so he had been forcing himself to hold on for every minute and second after that. He even had the idea of what he would do if he could not complete it. This was because that was not impossible. If the martial epoch could not last until the seventh metal epoch swallowed up the martial epoch, the consequences would be unimaginable. When the seventh metal epoch's heavenly Tao broke free and targeted them, the martial epoch's army would be finished. Even a few heavenly venerates might not be able to escape unscathed. The world was collapsing. It was different from the scene of the collapse of the earth when Yi Shiwen had destroyed the earth's veins. This time, the world was completely collapsing. The world began to collapse in a crazy manner after the heaven's way was gone. The space began to collapse inch by inch. The mountains and rivers, the tsunamis, the heavens and the earth, the stars, everything was collapsing inch by inch. Under such circumstances, ordinary living creatures could not survive. The Eastern Venerate quickly sent out orders for the martial epoch's army to withdraw from the seventh metal great world. The seventh metal great world was about to collapse completely. Under such circumstances, no living creatures could survive. Yi Shiwen did not care. No matter how destructive the collapsing space was, it could not break his physical body. Even if he had not merged with the seventh metal ancestral chi, it was enough to resist the destructive power of this epic's collapse. Wherever he went, space stabilized and would not be destroyed along with the seventh metal great world. It was like a pure land in the midst of a disaster. Is this the scene of the great destruction of the world? Yi Shiwen looked at the shocking scene in front of him. Although it was said that a celestial master had the ability to destroy a world, that kind of destruction could only break a world into pieces. However, everything in front of him was being destroyed. All the space, time, laws, mountains and rivers, sun and moon were being destroyed. Inch by inch, everything collapsed and turned into atoms, returning to the primal chaos. There was nothing more terrifying than this in the world. Between life and death, there was great terror. After tens of thousands of years, Yi Shiwen once again felt the truth of the sentence. Compared to the death of an era, the death of a living being was nothing. It was not comparable at all. Even the heavenly Tao was afraid of death, let alone ordinary living beings. No, the scene of the great destruction of the world is 10,000 times more terrifying than this. The voice of the Eastern Lord reached Yi Shiwen's ears. If it were a true apocalypse, even with our cultivation, we wouldn't be able to watch it so easily. At that time, even we would have to struggle to survive. It's that simple, but it's that terrifying. Eastern Venerate grinned, but there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. Seeking transcendence is something I've been doing ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation. But now, I'm still on the path of transcendence. Yi Shiwen nodded. When he first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had heard people talk about the legendary longevity. However, to obtain longevity, there was still the path of the Supreme Emperor. After becoming an Emperor, there was still the requirement to transcend and find a way to survive in the great destruction of the world. It was endless and no one knew when it would end. If this matter succeeds, I won't run away from my position. You won't be lacking in benefits either. Eastern Venerate looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "Don't blame me for speaking vulgarly. I don't want to be polite. It's a win-win situation." Yi Shiwen nodded and also agreed with Eastern Venerate's words. They were a strong alliance, and it was a win-win situation. He wasn't a slave of Eastern Venerate, so he naturally had the right to obtain what he deserved. However, Eastern Venerate didn't say that he would support Yi Shiwen or Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon. This was because it was meaningless for him. Whether Yi Shiwen ascended to the position of Eastern Venerate or Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon eventually became Eastern Venerate. In the end, they were all in his camp. It didn't matter who took the position. Yi Shiwen stood in the crumbling, aged, gold great world, feeling the destruction of this world. The comprehension of the death laws within his body also rose at an astonishing speed. Death wasn't just the withering of an individual, but also the withering of a world, the withering of time and space. Everything in the world could wither. The so-called eternity was only a relative concept. In the distance, in the battle between Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon, War Elder, and Mr. Huang, the first person to finish off their opponent was none other than Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon. This true veteran, Heavenly Venerate, had displayed extraordinary skills in this series of fierce battles. Clearly, before Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon had been swept down to the third realm, she definitely wasn't just at the fourth realm. She might even have been at the fifth, sixth, or even seventh realm. Even if she was only at the fourth realm, the combat power displayed by such a terrifying powerhouse was clearly stronger than that of a fourth realm expert. She was almost invincible and difficult to match. Other than a freak like Yi Shiwen, no one else could resist her. Soon her opponent, the aged, gold, great era Heavenly Venerate, was defeated. His head and corpse fell into Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon's hands. This was the corpse of a Heavenly Venerate. Even if it was from the aged gold great era, it was still invaluable. It was immeasurable. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen hadn't intervened. This in itself represented boundless wealth. Although not everyone had a world tree like Yi Shiwen, who could irrigate the essence blood of these heavenly venerates into world tree fruits. Everyone had their own ways of making use of it. After heavenly venerate, Silver Moon, killed her opponent, she quickly returned to Eastern Venerate's side. The smile on her face was hard to suppress. Eastern Venerate's successful sacrifice to the aged gold great era's heavenly way was also a great benefit for him. Regardless of whether he could ascend to the position of Eastern Venerate, these benefits were inevitable. After heavenly venerate, Silver Moon, the war venerate finally gained the upper hand in the following battle. Although the aged gold great era's heavenly way was originally sealed, it could still draw out some power to maintain the aged gold great era. These aged gold great era heavenly venerates could also receive support. However, with the destruction of the aged gold great era, they no longer had support. In fact, they would become weaker and weaker because they couldn't receive support. The mysterious power that protected them had already dissipated. Under such circumstances, how could they contend with the martial epic's heavenly venerate? Very quickly, the war venerate took advantage of this opportunity to kill them. A series of terrifying moves unique to the war venerate erupted, directly killing the aged gold great era heavenly venerate. After the war venerate returned, everyone's eyes turned to the battle between the adamantine ancestor emperor and Mr. Huang. The battle between the two was incomparably horrifying under the background of the Great Destruction. Both of them had already cultivated the aged gold great era's laws to an unimaginable level. Although they ultimately walked two completely different paths, it didn't hinder them from reaching the peak. A casual wave of the laws could easily shatter a galaxy. However, this was just child's play before the attacks of these two. Aside from the Eastern heavenly venerate, none of the heavenly venerates present had a cultivation comparable to the adamantine ancestor emperor and Mr. Huang. Countless vast stars shattered into pieces. Galaxy after galaxy turned to dust forever. They weren't destroyed by the might of the aged gold great era's destruction. Instead, they were destroyed by the shock waves of the battle between the two. Boom! Mr. Huang casually destroyed a Dao tool. Although it was only the explosion of a sovereign emperor-level Dao tool, its might was still horrifying. The shock wave struck Mr. Huang, causing him to bleed. In this series of intense battles, he had been injured more than once or twice. His cultivation was similar to the adamantine ancestor emperor's, so he shouldn't have been in such a sorry state. However, he seemed to have gone crazy. He wanted to avenge his little junior sister, the person he deeply loved. He displayed all kinds of unique techniques without any regard for his own life because he had the confidence, backing, and Eastern heavenly venerate standing behind him. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. However, the adamantine ancestor emperor didn't put his life on the line. He knew very well that although this was the aged gold great era's territory, the heavenly law sealed by the heaven-sealing talisman couldn't provide much help to him. If he fought with Mr. Huang here, it would be difficult for him to escape death. He had heard of the Eastern heavenly venerate's fame even in the distant aged gold great era. He was one of the few powerhouses of the Fortune divine dynasty. He had killed countless experts from the ancient eras on the battlefield. Just his existence alone brought him a huge sense of oppression. He trusted this intuition the most. This was the intuition of a powerhouse, and it was more reliable than any other judgment. Therefore, he had to save some strength to deal with the Eastern heavenly venerate's surprise attack. Although he knew that it was unlikely, he had to guard against it. If it came true, he would die. Therefore, when facing Mr. Huang, who fought with his life on the line, he was completely at a disadvantage. There was no way to take back the initiative because he didn't have the courage to fight with his life on the line. Golden blood flowed down, as if it had merged with the surrounding aged gold chi. His heart burned with anger, especially when he saw that even the aged gold great era's heavenly law had been sacrificed, and even the aged gold great world had fallen into destruction. Everything they had, including their foundation, had been destroyed. Even if he escaped from the battlefield, he would become a stray dog, living in fear for the rest of his life, because he had lost his foundation. Look, is this the result you wanted? Do you really hate the aged gold great era that much? The adamantine ancestor emperor roared. The magic power in his body erupted to the extreme. Chapter 3464. Seeing his own foundation being destroyed, even a peerless expert like him would be enraged, and he would be enraged to the extreme. Yes, I hate it to this extent. Do you feel distressed now? That kind of unforgettable heartache. When I first heard the news, I felt the same way. I want you to have a taste of this feeling. Mr. Huang laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with hatred, desolation, and relief. For him, this seventh gold epoch no longer had anything to worry about. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since he had already experienced the great apocalypse, then he might as well be completely destroyed. It was truly unsightly for him to linger on like this. Moreover, he was different from the adamantine ancestor emperor. The adamantine ancestor emperor's foundation was here. After it was destroyed, he would be like a stray dog. Even if he could escape, he would not be an exception. However, this was not the case for him. He had now pledged his allegiance to the Eastern heavenly venerate and had a new foundation. Naturally, he did not care about the destruction of the heptagold metal epoch. Although the heptagold metal epoch had helped him, it had also brought him great pain. Heavenly venerates did not mean that they were emotionless. On the contrary, they were more emotional. They just did not show it easily. The so-called heavenly venerates cutting off their emotions was just a delusion of ordinary living beings. It was just like how humans would not show any emotions to ants. His junior sister had been sucked dry and turned into a magic puppet. This hatred had been suppressed in his heart for hundreds of thousands of years. Today he had only avenged half of it. The other half was still waiting for him. "You are crazy!" The adamantine ancestor emperor was about to go crazy when he saw the scene. At this moment, he truly experienced what heart-wrenching pain was. Since ancient times, there had never been a time when it was more painful than this. His path, his future, his foundation, and the great sect that he had passed down had all been destroyed along with the destruction of the heptagold metal epoch. Not even a speck of it would be left behind. How could ordinary people understand the pain of going from having a whole world to having nothing? Yes, I am crazy. After knowing that she had been turned into a magic puppet, I went crazy. Do you know why I didn't kill you before? Because I wanted you to see the destruction of the heptagold metal epoch with your own eyes. You destroyed my world, so I will also destroy your world. Mr. Huang roared. Similarly, all the magic power in his body was burning. The combat power that he had been suppressing actually erupted at a shocking speed. All sorts of techniques unique to the gunmetal era burst forth. Endless gunmetal laws accompanied his attacks, bursting out completely. The essence gold ancestor emperor, who had originally been able to barely resist, finally couldn't hold on any longer. If it could be said that he had been holding back to avoid a sneak attack by the Eastern heavenly venerate, then he was now completely suppressed. In the end, the strength that he had yet to unleash could not be unleashed. He was suppressed and had the upper hand. In such a battle, it was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be if he was the one who had the upper hand. The essence gold ancestor emperor, who was already seriously injured, finally couldn't hold on and was completely suppressed. Then Mr. Huang turned it into an advantage bit by bit. Finally, it turned into a terrifying ultimate blow. The essence gold ancestor emperor directly vomited blood. He couldn't hold on at all. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and was directly sent flying. In the end, Mr. Huang caught up and killed him. After killing the adamantine ancestor emperor, Mr. Huang heaved a sigh of relief. After a few dozen breaths, his body that was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable had completely recovered. Then Mr. Huang took a big stride and came to the side of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. Congratulations, friend. After this battle, you have eliminated the Essence Gold Ancestor Emperor and eliminated the inner demons. Your cultivation has improved further. It is only a matter of time before you enter the 8th realm. Eastern Tianzuan laughed and said, Mr. Huang was different from Yi Shiwen and the others because he had no foundation in the Fortune God dynasty. As an outsider, it was impossible for him to have a foundation. Therefore, he could only rely on him. Therefore, the stronger Mr. Huang was, the more advantageous it was for him. At this time, he was naturally very happy. This inner demon has been obstructing me for millions of years. Now I have solved half of it. However, it is indeed enough for me to enter the 8th realm. Mr. Huang said, For cultivators, the inner demon was a great enemy of life and death. However, there was always a glimmer of hope. If one could eliminate the inner demon, then one would benefit from it. If it weren't for the inner demon, Mr. Huang would have needed a lot more time to reach the 8th realm. After all, it wasn't the era of the Gungjin era, so it was impossible for him to advance bravely and diligently. It was a mixed bag. However, for him, he would rather not have such benefits. The price was too painful. Well, in the future, when you kill Happy Demon Lord, your inner demon will be completely eliminated. At that time, I am afraid you will advance by leaps and bounds. Eastern Tianzuan nodded and said, There was a smile on his face that could not be concealed. Mr. Huang, I did not expect you to have such a hidden identity. Silver Moon stepped forward and said, She could not tell if she was blaming him or if it was just a simple accident. Mr. Huang cupped his hands and said, Previously, because I wanted to take revenge, I hid it from you. Please forgive me. It's all right. Mr. Huang has made a great contribution to the Fortune God dynasty. How can it be considered as forgiveness? Silver Moon hurriedly said. He did not intend to be more aggressive. After all, he had also benefited greatly from Mr. Huang's betrayal. How could he say anything else? Well, that's right. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. We were just a little curious. Yi Shiwen also stepped forward and said, Thank you for your understanding. Mr. Huang said, All right, this battle is considered to be completed successfully. With such a great contribution, who else but me can be the Middle Heavenly Master? Eastern Heavenly Venerate said, You all have also benefited. Now, let's return to the epic battlefield and receive the benefits. Everyone nodded. Then they withdrew their armies and flew towards the martial epic together. This battle was already over. The 7th gold epoch was completely destroyed, vanishing into the primal chaos. Even if there were some remnants, they were just a few, not much at all. This battle had come to a perfect end. Compared to the anxiety and uncertainty they had felt before, everyone's faces were brimming with smiles on the way back to the city. The benefits they had obtained from this battle were unimaginable. They did not feel that it was a long time, and soon they arrived at the epic battlefield. However, just as they arrived at the epic battlefield, endless golden light descended from the sky and enveloped them. Everyone immediately felt as if they had entered a mysterious state. Virtue Qi. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and immediately reacted. This was the most elusive and difficult to obtain meritorious Qi in the world. This was because Virtue Qi did not have a specific place to be produced. Even the environment where it was produced did not exist. The only way to obtain it was to make great contributions to the world and obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Only then would some of it be bestowed upon him. Rumor had it that in the distant ancient times, the first person to create characters, the first person to open up a cultivation method, had obtained Virtue Qi. But the real record of obtaining Virtue Qi on a large scale was when the Fortune Heavenly Monarch established the Fortune Divine Dynasty and established a peaceful and prosperous era. After suppressing the foreign world's creatures, the heavens sent endless virtue, qi, to the Fortune divine dynasty. That was the only time that was recorded. Countless people had witnessed the large-scale descent of the qi of virtue. Although there were rumors of people obtaining the qi of virtue in other times, it was only a little bit. Although it was precious, it was not a big deal. But now they were falling down like crazy as if they were free. Yi Shiwen had also made great contributions to the world before, so he had also obtained virtue qi. However, it was only a little bit. It was not even 1% of the virtue qi that was obtained this time. Even so, Yi Shiwen looked at it. This was still not all. Among these people, the Eastern Celestial Master obtained the most. He alone obtained 50% of the virtue qi. Yi Shiwen obtained 30%. The remaining 3 people, Mr. Huang, Silver Moon Celestial Master, and War Master, only shared 20% equally. Obviously, this was the Heavenly Way's reward for helping him devour the 7th Gold Era's Heavenly Way. It was just that the rewards were different according to the individual's contributions. From the beginning to the end, he had contributed the most, planned all of this, and bore the burden independently. The Eastern Celestial Master, who had sacrificed to the 7th Gold Era's Heavenly Way, received the most benefits. The vast amount of merit qi was about to drown him. Yi Shiwen, who had destroyed the Earth Vein, was second only to the Eastern Celestial Master. Obviously, in the eyes of the Heavenly Way, Yi Shiwen, who had destroyed the Earth Vein of the 7th Gold Great World, had also made great contributions. Compared to Yi Shiwen, who had destroyed the Earth Vein, the others' contributions were far inferior. Yi Shiwen's virtue qi was more than what he had obtained. However, this was also a very fair display of everyone's contributions. The Heavenly Way was fair. Although it had the so-called will, it was the will of all living beings. It was the fairest when it did not involve all living beings. The Celestial Masters came to their senses one after another. Then they stretched out their hands and completely collected the virtue qi. Although they could also use this virtue qi to comprehend the Heavenly Way, they obviously did not intend to use it so easily. This was because the virtue qi was too precious. At the same time, it had too many uses. If it was used to temper Tao tools, it could be used to refine innately invincible, virtuous Tao tools. It was almost invincible. If it was used to temper the body, it could also be used to temper the body of virtue. It was one of the top physiques. In addition, there were many other wonderful uses. Chapter 3465. However, now that he had the idea of integrating the Gung, metal ancestral qi into his body, Yi Shiwen no longer had the idea of using the qi of merit to refine the body of merit, even though it was indeed one of the top physiques. However, Yi Shiwen was confident that as long as the Gung metal ancestral qi was completely refined, the brand new gilded tyrant form that would be formed wouldn't be inferior. In fact, it would be even more tyrannical in terms of attack power. However, it was inferior to the body of merit in terms of magical uses. Because it was refined with the qi of merit, it could be said to be untainted by all kinds of methods. Killing people wouldn't be tainted by karma. Some people might die, but almighty experts could calculate it. However, if they were killed by someone with the body of merit, then no one could calculate it. This was because when a person with the body of merit killed someone, there wouldn't even be a cause. How could there be an effect? In other words, killing people didn't exist on the side of the Heavenly Way. Since it simply didn't exist, how could one calculate it? There were many magical uses, and it was indeed amazing. However, Yi Shiwen still didn't choose to refine the body of merit. For him, not being tainted by karma was indeed good, but it was far less important than a truly tyrannical body. In comparison, this was the most important. The most important thing was that he didn't have that much merit, although there was indeed a lot of merit, and it was also to a degree that he had never obtained before. It wasn't enough for him to complete several tasks at the same time. It was only 30%. Even if he wanted to achieve the body of merit, it would still be a bit difficult, let alone other things. If he could have 50% of the chi of merit of the Eastern Venerate, then it wouldn't be difficult to achieve the body of merit. In the end, he still chose to use 20% of the chi of merit to refine his celestial master Tao tool. Although he didn't have just 1 or 2 celestial master Tao tools, he still had to have his own celestial master Tao tool. With the chi of merit, his celestial master Tao tool would be upgraded to the peak of celestial master Tao tools. However, it required 20% of the chi of merit. One could imagine how difficult it was to successfully refine a celestial master Tao tool. Because of this, it could become a top-notch heavenly venerate Tao artifact as soon as it was refined. Yi Shiwen intended to pour 10% of the remaining 20% into the world tree and use it to catalyze the growth of the world tree's fruit. The usefulness of this virtuous qi was innumerable. In fact, it could be used to catalyze the growth of the world tree's fruit. Yi Shiwen's strength would gradually rise if he used this virtuous qi to catalyze the growth of the world tree's fruit. The remaining 10% would be used to help him refine the 7th metal ancestral qi. Yi Shiwen quickly made a decision. He decided to distribute the 30% of the merit energy. At this moment, the others also put away their merit chi. They all had their own plans for how to use their merit chi. However, thinking about it, they were very satisfied with the rewards given by the heavenly Tao this time. There were no heavenly treasures that they couldn't find, but there was no way to obtain the chi of virtue. Only those who had made great contributions to the world could obtain it. Although the others didn't get as much as Yi Shiwen and the Eastern Heavenly Venerate, it was still very considerable. In any case, it couldn't be considered as a wasted trip. Coupled with the 7th Metal Great Era's corpse that they had killed before, it could be considered a rewarding trip. Moreover, these benefits were just the beginning. There would be other benefits later, but they wouldn't be so obvious. If one was blessed by the heavenly Tao, even the most barren place would become a paradise on earth. Experts would emerge in large numbers in the clan, and it would be normal to turn misfortunes into blessings. This was the real benefit. These would need to be obtained in the future. Everyone, now that you have obtained the merit chi, this trip is not in vain. I didn't go back on my words, said the Eastern Heavenly Venerate with a laugh. He understood very well what was truly important to the leader of a camp. Let's go back and tell them this news, said the Eastern Heavenly Venerate heroically. He had been planning for so many years, and it had finally succeeded. The middle Heavenly Venerate position was unstoppable, and it would fall into his hands. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Everyone turned and flew in the direction of Sun City. When they returned to Sun City, they found out that something big had happened in Sun City during the time they had left for the 7th Metal Great Era's expedition. It should be said that something big had happened in the entire Era battlefield. Previously, because Moon City had been occupied, the Fortune God dynasty had led an army to support it. Experts from all over had gathered. However, it was obvious that the 10 great divine cities on the Era battlefield weren't willing to let the Fortune God dynasty's people come to help. If it had been in normal times, they would have been happy to let the experts from the Fortune God dynasty serve as cannon fodder. However, it was different this time. The Heavenly Venerates had never hidden their ambitions. They were also very clear about the reason why these people had come. Naturally, he was even more unwilling to give them a chance to make a contribution. Thus, he directly excluded the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army from entering the Moon City. Then he led the elite army from the 10 divine cities and charged towards the Moon City. In many people's opinion, this battle should have been in the bag. Although the ancient era was rampant and had deep foundations and strength compared to the Fortune God dynasty, they didn't have an advantage. This was because they hadn't sent out all of their main forces. In fact, not all of the ancient eras had participated. The ones who had truly participated were the Devil Path era, as well as those ancient eras that were close to the Devil Path era, or those ancient eras that were coerced by the Devil Path era, weren't considered to have all of the ancient era's strength. The capture of Moon City was in itself an accident. However, after the 10 great divine cities had gone all out, it was only a matter of time before Moon City was recaptured. There shouldn't have been any accidents. However, at this point, which everyone thought would be absolutely safe, something happened. The top experts of the 10 great divine cities, who had thought that they had a 90% chance of winning, suffered a big loss at the hands of Moon City. What they thought was in the bag had completely failed. The sweeping victory they had imagined didn't happen at all. On the contrary, the battle had just begun, and they had been completely routed. The army had just spread out, but they had suffered heavy losses. Even several heavenly venerates had fallen. The army had been routed and had been in an extremely sorry state. There were hundreds of millions of soldiers. They were the elites among the elites of the 10 great divine cities. But in the face of that attack, they weren't enough. Countless people had different opinions about this attack, but they all had the same opinion. This attack was too terrifying. It was boundless, and its power was terrifying. When emperors met this attack, they were all annihilated. Several heavenly venerates at the front were instantly injured. In the end, they couldn't escape and were severely injured by the counterattack of the ancient era. In the end, hundreds of millions of soldiers had gone, but only less than 100 million had returned. The remaining 200 million elite soldiers had been buried in the battlefield of Moon City. There had been countless casualties, and most of them had been killed on the spot. In the ancient era, there had been no lack of experts who had devoured blood essence to grow. After this battle, the strength of these people had skyrocketed. It was unknown how many elites of the 10 great divine cities they had devoured, but they had grown into extremely terrifying experts. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss and had worked for someone else. This battle was extremely tragic, and the losses were heavy. It had even affected Sun City, which was the closest divine city to Moon City. They were afraid that the ancient era would follow up on their victory and take Sun City as well. Among the army that had been lost, there had been tens of millions of elites from Sun City. They weren't ordinary soldiers, but the elites among the elites. There weren't many of them in Sun City, but they had all been wiped out in one go. In the end, they had only been able to get back tens of millions. It could be said that every family was in mourning and crying. For a time, all sorts of cries spread through Sun City. There were many speculations about this battle, and many resentments were brewing. It was brewing into a terrifying storm that swept towards the upper echelons of the 10 great divine cities. Although the experts of the 10 great divine cities usually didn't care much about the ordinary citizens of the divine cities, the losses this time were too severe. They couldn't continue to ignore the resentment of the citizens. Otherwise, the resentment would engulf them. Moreover, they also had nothing to say about this matter. This matter was not kept a secret from the beginning. In their opinion, as long as they crushed their enemies with absolute strength, it would be fine. Why should they keep it a secret? In fact, there was no need at all. On the contrary, it would be best if they sent out their entire army and completely scared them away. This was the so-called subduing the enemy without fighting. However, it was completely out of their expectations that they would suffer heavy losses and be chased out. They had to crawl back to Sun City in a miserable state. They were like stray dogs. The Sun City lords and Moon City lords, who were in charge of this expedition, were under great pressure. Not only were the ordinary citizens extremely resentful towards them, but even the city lords of other divine cities were also furious. They had handed over the army to the two of them, but the two of them had given such an answer, causing the army to be routed. More than 200 million soldiers were either killed or captured as slaves. These were the elites of the elites that they had cultivated for many years, and who knew how much time and resources they had spent. But now they were gone just like that. Naturally, they were incomparably furious. Not to mention, there were several god cities where even Empyreans had perished. His heart was simply dripping blood. These fallen heavenly venerables were like Yi Shiwen, Heavenly Venerables, Silver Moon, and the others to the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. They were the absolute pillars and experts of their camp. Usually, the loss of any one of them was a big deal, let alone so many of them. Heavenly Masters weren't cabbages on the roadside. After one wave was killed, another wave would immediately appear. The conditions for the birth of every Heavenly Master were extremely harsh. They were miracles that couldn't be replicated. For a time, the Sun City Lords and the Moon City Lords were under tremendous pressure. Chapter 3466. This was the news that Yi Shiwen and the others received after returning. When they heard this news, even the Eastern Heavenly Venerate and the others looked at each other in disbelief. How is this possible? Everyone who had just settled down gathered again because of this news. The War Elder and the others only had time to settle down their respective armies before hurrying over to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. Everyone came to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate at almost the same time. They wanted to see what kind of news he had. Although they were heroes who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, they were nothing in the epic battlefield. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory, not to mention that the 10 great divine cities were also strong dragons and snakes in their own territories. It would be very difficult for them to do anything. However, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate was different. He was an expert comparable to the city lords of the 10 great divine cities. He had also arranged many hidden chess pieces in the 10 great divine cities. Naturally, he could obtain far more results than everyone else. How is this possible? With the military strength of the 10 great divine cities, it would be a piece of cake to take down the Moon City, the War Elder said in disbelief. He was very clear about the strength of the 10 great divine cities. Because of this, he felt that this failure was inconceivable. If he hadn't seen the hundreds of millions of elite troops and the fall of several Heavenly Venerates, he would have suspected that this was all an act. Only acting could explain the strange situation before them. The Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate was the same. Although he was very unhappy about being rejected by the 10 great divine cities, he was still aware of the strength of the 10 great divine cities. After all, the Fortune God dynasty was the true ruler. The fact that the 10 great divine cities dared to oppose the Fortune God dynasty was proof of their strength. The strength of any one of the divine cities far exceeded that of an ordinary super clan. His Silver Moon clan might seem strong, but it was nothing in front of the 10 great divine cities. However, the more he knew, the more he couldn't accept it. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen didn't feel much shock in his heart because his understanding of the 10 great divine cities was very vague. After all, the time he spent in the Fortune God dynasty was too short, and he didn't know many things that others knew. Although he had a vague idea of how powerful the 10 great divine cities were, he didn't know much about their specific strength. However, when he saw the expressions of the others, he could roughly guess what was going on. What exactly is going on? The War Sovereign looked at the Eastern Heavenly Sovereign and asked. There are many things involved in this. Under normal circumstances, with the military strength of the 10 great divine cities, retaking Moon City is indeed in the bag. A trace of disdain flashed across the Eastern Heavenly Venerable's face. He was well aware of the strength of the 10 great divine cities. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a 90% chance of success, based on the 10 great divine cities' Castellan's character, how could they have completely shut out the reinforcements from the Fortune Divine Dynasty? However, it was precisely because of this that the final failure was particularly glaring. More than 200 million soldiers had died, and several Heavenly Venerables had fallen. This was enough to make the Sun City Castellans and Moon City Castellans suffer greatly. These two people were the ones who had most actively excluded the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army from the battle, especially the Moon City Castellan, who had almost said that he would not allow the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army to join the battle. However, there was still a slip-up in the end. The Devil Era had finally brought out the Devil Era's strongest expert, the limitless Archdevil Ancestor's heaven-splitting devil axe. With just one axe, the 10 great divine cities army was split apart, and several heavenly venerables were wounded. Hee, what a good move, the Eastern heavenly venerable said with a fierce expression. What is the Devil Era trying to do? Do they really want our Fortune Divine Dynasty to send out an army to annihilate them? Although the 10 great divine cities had shut out the Devil Era's army, they had suffered heavy losses in the end, which inevitably made him feel ridiculous. However, ridicule was ridicule, and he could still distinguish right from wrong. The epic battlefield was the Fortune Divine Dynasty's barrier, and it was extremely important to the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Otherwise, the Fortune Heavenly Monarch would not have deliberately left the 10 great divine cities on the epic battlefield in order to guard the Fortune Divine Dynasty's barrier. Therefore, the epic battlefield could not be lost. The Devil Era's method was tantamount to provoking the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty, and not just targeting the 10 great divine cities. He understood this very well. Moreover, he had long regarded himself as a middle heavenly venerable, the vice-emperor of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, and the ruler of the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty. The Devil Era's action was tantamount to provoking him, and in his opinion it was equivalent to slapping him in the face several times. Heaven-splitting devil axe, what is that? How can it be so powerful that it could actually scatter the 10 great divine cities' army? The War Venerable couldn't help but ask. He had become a heavenly venerable the shortest time, and there were many secrets about heavenly venerables that he didn't know. Although Yi Shiwen's time as a heavenly venerable was also very short, he knew about this matter. Previously, Venerable Heavenly Talisman Immortal had mentioned about the terror of the artifacts left behind by the supreme powerhouses. The Fortune Heavenly Monarch was not the only invincible supreme powerhouse in the world. In a powerful era like the Devil Era, such a terrifying supreme powerhouse was naturally born, but there was no such person in the 7th Gold Era. Originally, the 7th Gold Ancestral Chi could have brewed and eventually formed such a supreme powerhouse. But unfortunately, due to various opportunities, even when the 7th Gold Era was destroyed, he still hadn't been born. Because if he wanted to become a supreme powerhouse, he needed too many great Daos, and the foundation he needed was also unimaginable. Therefore, he had never been able to take human form. Success came from a foot, and failure came from a foot. Among those supreme powerhouses, the Demon Era's limitless demon ancestor was one of the most terrifying powerhouses. His heaven-splitting devil axe was an unimaginably powerful artifact. The reason why Yi Shiwen knew about it was because Venerable Heavenly Talisman Immortal had once compared it with the Supreme Ancestral Symbol. The Supreme Ancestral Symbol was also a supreme artifact brewed in the Talisman Dao Era. In theory, it could compete with the heaven-splitting devil axe. However, in reality, the Supreme Ancestral Symbol was far inferior to the heaven-splitting devil axe, which was a terrifying, offensive artifact. Under the attack of the heaven-splitting devil axe, the Supreme Ancestral Symbol could only barely protect itself. The Supreme Ancestral Symbol's use wasn't limited here. It was the entire Talisman Dao Era's sustenance, and also the core that maintained the entire Talisman Dao Era. It carried too many Talisman Dao Era's heavenly Dao. Overall, it was of the same level, but its use was different. From this, Yi Shiwen could tell how precious the supreme ancestral symbol in his hands was. It was even more precious than the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi, because the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi didn't take form. If the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi took form, it would either become a supreme powerhouse or become a supreme artifact like the supreme ancestral symbol, carrying the great Tao of an era. Each was different, and there was no difference in superiority. According to Venerable Heavenly Talisman Immortal, this level of artifact was the so-called Dominator Dao artifact, because supreme powerhouses like the Fortune Heaven Monarch were dominators and they ruled an era. In other words, Yi Shiwen had a supreme dominator's Dao tool in his hands, and an incomplete one. If this news were to spread, countless people would come to fight for it. There would be people from the Fortune God dynasty, people from the outer domain, and people from the ancient era. No one could resist such a temptation. However, Yi Shiwen knew that although this Dominator Tao artifact looked incomparably powerful, like the heaven-splitting demonic axe, it could defeat the armies of the 10 great divine cities in one blow and cause great damage to the vitality of the 10 great divine cities. However, it was not without a price. It must be prepared for a long time and a great price to be paid. The reason why he was unable to unleash the might of the heaven-splitting demonic axe from the supreme ancestral symbol was because he had too little resources and was unable to support the power of the heaven-splitting demonic axe. Furthermore, his skills were too weak. Otherwise, with the supreme ancestral symbol in his hand, no one would be able to stop him. Unless he reached the true strength of a dominator, it would be very difficult to use the supreme ancestral symbol to its full potential. This was a very pity. That is the Tao artifact of the limitless demon lord called the Dominator Tao artifact. It is extremely terrifying, and the only one in the Fortune God dynasty who can compare to it is the Fortune Heaven Monarch. Eastern Venerable said slowly, "What can compare to the Fortune Heaven Monarch?" War Elder couldn't imagine what kind of situation it was. He had fought with the Fortune Heaven Monarch in the past, so he knew very well how terrifying the Fortune Heaven Monarch was. In the past, the Fortune Heaven Monarch was almost invincible, and after defeating all the strong enemies, he finally established the Fortune God dynasty. He couldn't imagine what kind of person could compare to the Fortune Heaven Monarch. Yes, it is the limitless demon lord. Eastern Venerable nodded. Could it be that the limitless demon lord has appeared again? Impossible. The limitless demon lord disappeared several times before the great cataclysm, and he hasn't appeared since. Mr. Huang said. He clearly knew more about the situation, because the 7th Gold Era had appeared very early. As an expert of the 7th Gold Era, he naturally knew a lot of things that new heavenly venerables like War Elder, Silver Moon, and Yi Shiwen didn't know. It's not that the limitless demon lord has reappeared. If the limitless demon lord had reappeared, would any of them have been able to escape? Eastern Venerable revealed a disdainful sneer. It was the 10 great demon venerables of the demonic epoch who joined forces to activate the heaven-splitting demonic axe. They were defeated in one move, so there was no need for more moves. Everyone fell silent. They could imagine how difficult it would be to deal with an ancient epoch that had grasped such a terrifying technique like the heaven-splitting demonic axe. Everyone, don't be depressed. On the contrary, although this is a crisis for the martial epoch, it is our opportunity. Now, even if the 10 great divine cities are unwilling, they must choose a middle heavenly venerate. Chapter 3467. Everyone, there is no need to be depressed. On the contrary, although this is a crisis for the martial epoch, it is our opportunity. Now, even if the 10 great divine cities are unwilling, we must choose a middle heavenly venerate. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate said confidently in high spirits. Everyone looked at the Eastern Heavenly Venerate with some doubts in their hearts. This time, because the demon epoch has mobilized a sovereign-grade Tao tool like the heaven-splitting demon axe, we need a sovereign-grade Tao tool if we want to contend with them and take back Moon City. Seeing everyone's doubtful expressions, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate couldn't help but explain. Right now, our Fortune God dynasty only has one sovereign-grade Tao tool, the Creation Universe map that the Fortune Heavenly Monarch left behind. This map contains all of the Fortune God dynasty's geography. When it is used, it can crush the opponent with the Fortune God dynasty's power. It is no weaker than the heaven-splitting demon axe, but there is a problem. According to the rules, there is only one way to activate the Creation Universe map. A middle heavenly venerate, who is also a vice-emperor, must personally undo the seal on the Creation Universe map. For countless years, the Creation Universe map has never appeared again. The reason is that our Fortune God dynasty does not have a middle heavenly venerate, who is also a vice-emperor. I understand. Silver Moon clapped her hands and said, Now that Moon City is protected by the heaven-splitting demon axe, although the demon epic has to pay a huge price to activate the heaven-splitting demon axe. It is clear that the demon epic has this kind of foundation. If we want to take back the heaven-splitting demon axe, we must use the creation universe map. Even if the 10 great divine city lords choose a middle heavenly venerate, it is impossible to use the creation universe map. Everyone's eyes lit up as they understood. Moon City was nailed to the periphery of the martial epoch. It was the barrier that protected the entire martial epoch. They could not afford to lose it. If they could not take it back for a long time, not only would the resources inside be plundered by the ancient epoch, but more importantly, a huge hole would appear in the martial epoch's defensive line. The ancient epoch would continuously use this hole to kill their way into the fortune god dynasty. At that time, the ancient epoch would collapse, and the consequences would be unimaginable. It might even result in the destruction of the martial epoch. No one could bear the consequences of such a great crime. Initially, the 10 divine city lords were unwilling to select a middle Empyrean because the position of a middle Empyrean was similar to that of a vice-emperor and was firmly above them. In the absence of the fortune heavenly monarch, the middle Empyrean was the true ruler of the fortune divine dynasty. Although the middle Empyrean's power was far inferior to the fortune heavenly monarch, the position was established. How could they, who were used to living freely, accept this? But now, the middle heavenly venerate was to be the heavenly venerate with to be to heavens, they was to be to 4, to be to the god to the heaven, to the gods to be to God, emperor to God, to God. Among those candidates, who could be more meritorious than the Eastern heavenly venerate, who had just destroyed the 7th gold era? Not only would he have made a great contribution to the fortune god dynasty, but he would also have made a great contribution to the entire martial epoch. Because the 7th gold era had been devoured, the martial epoch could be delayed for many more years. The great destruction of the world had also been delayed. Such a great contribution was indeed rare. With the power to destroy the 7th gold era, the possibility of the Eastern heavenly venerate ascending to the position was very high. This was also why the Eastern heavenly venerate was in such a good mood. Even with his willpower and shrewdness, he couldn't help but say, "The heavens are really on my side." Although this was based on the defeat of the 10 great divine cities' armies, in his opinion, once he ascended to the position of middle heavenly venerate and led the heroes of the fortune god dynasty to reclaim their lost land, his position would be even more stable. Yi Shiwen nodded. Such a situation had practically forced the city lords of the 10 great divine cities. In order to take back Moon City, they had no choice but to compromise. However, he also knew that although the situation was very favorable from a certain point of view, it was beneficial to everyone. Aside from the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Western heavenly venerates, the city lords of the 10 great divine cities were also qualified to run for the position of middle heavenly venerate. The Moon City lord had made a huge mistake, causing the fall of Moon City. He was guilty. Right now, no one was holding him accountable because they didn't want the current situation to become unstable. However, since he had caused such a situation, he definitely wouldn't have a chance. The other big shots wouldn't let him have a chance to take the position of middle heavenly venerate. And the Sun City lord had just caused a great defeat. Although he hadn't made a huge mistake like the Moon City lord, the possibility of him being the Moon City lord wasn't high. However, aside from these two, there were also the city lords of the heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, cosmos, and great desolation divine cities. They were also extremely powerful existences. If it wasn't for the great achievement of destroying the 7th gold era, the Eastern heavenly venerate's probability of success wouldn't be high. At most, the matter of choosing the middle heavenly venerate would be shelved like before. Yi Shiwen also hoped that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate would succeed. If he succeeded, then there was a chance that the position of Eastern Heavenly Venerate would fall into his hands. He would then be able to be on equal footing with those big shots. The Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate's martial arts were profound, and her realm was also terrifyingly powerful. Almost as soon as she entered the fourth realm, she directly entered the peak of the fourth realm. However, at this time, it was difficult for her to show her advantages. When the world tree fruit ripened, her martial arts would rise to the peak of the fourth realm. With the seventh gold ancestral chi protecting her body, she would even be able to fight against a fifth realm expert without falling into a disadvantageous position. The Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate said, "Now, it's not just us who are preparing to make the city lords of the 10 great divine cities give way. When the others hear this news, I'm afraid they won't let it go so easily. We just need to add fuel to the fire. However, I don't know what kind of contributions they have made. Are they confident in becoming the Eastern Heavenly Venerate?" The Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate said, "I'm naturally also inquiring about this. However, I've already found out some. Among them, the Space-Time Heavenly Venerate personally took action and severely injured the reinforcements sent by an ancient era to the Moon City. In one battle, he killed 5 Heavenly Venerates, and tens of millions of elite troops were destroyed. Therefore, during this period of time, his reputation in the 10 great divine cities is not small. After all, in a situation where the armies of the 10 great divine cities suffered a crushing defeat, his achievements are dazzling enough." Everyone was slightly moved. They had killed 5 celestial venerables in one go. Such a battle record could be considered very glorious no matter where they went. However, they still breathed a sigh of relief in the end. After all, compared to their contribution in destroying the 7th Gold Era, it was far from enough. In this aspect, we are stronger than the Space-Time Heavenly Venerate. However, don't think that this is in the bag. In addition to the great contributions that they have made, past achievements are also within the scope of comparison. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate said as he looked at everyone. Everyone became serious. Just comparing the contributions that they had made this time, it was likely that no one could compare to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. However, if they were comparing historical achievements and so on, the advantage that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate had was much smaller. Everything was still variable. However, that doesn't count for much. As far as I know, the achievements of the others cannot be underestimated. It's just that we haven't found out what kind of trump cards they have. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate said, "However, we will soon find out. No matter what kind of trump cards they have or what kind of contributions they have made, they will have to fight for real in the end. Small tricks cannot gain the recognition of the world." Everyone nodded. No matter what, they would have to fight for real in the end. How could it be that easy to become a middle Heavenly Venerate with just words and no tricks? They would inevitably have to fight. So no matter what kind of trump cards they had, it didn't matter. All right, you can all disperse first. Go and make some preparations. Next, I will join forces with the others to put pressure on the 10 divine cities. They have gotten used to being free and unfettered all these years. This time, they must spit out everything they have swallowed in one go. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate said, "When the time comes, I will need your support." Although there was still a gap between Heavenly Venerates, anyone who wanted to become a middle Heavenly Venerate would inevitably need the support of other Heavenly Venerates. As for whether ordinary beings supported them or not, they simply didn't care. Therefore, even though the Space-Time Heavenly Venerate had become famous in the 10 divine cities recently, no one cared at all. This was because they were very clear that the ones who could decide the position of middle Heavenly Venerate were not ordinary beings. What really decided everything, apart from their own contributions, were these Heavenly Venerates. If they could obtain the support of these Heavenly Venerates, then who could stop them? The so-called public opinion was referring to them. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. Soon, Everyone left without meeting each other. They had gained a lot from this trip to the 7th Metal Era. They needed time to digest it. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, returned to the satellite city. He had gained a lot from this battle, and he needed time to transform it into strength. He also needed to see Senior Heavenly Talisman immortal again. This battle had made him understand how difficult it was to destroy an era, and the Talisman Dao era was destroyed just like that. How many secrets were hidden? Did they use the heaven-splitting demonic axe? It was conceivable that the Demon Path era would be the great enemy of the martial Dao era for a long time to come. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious, no matter who became a middle heavenly venerate in the end. It was inevitable that they would mobilize an army to attack Moon City again. This battle was unavoidable. The Fortune God dynasty could not afford to lose Moon City. However, when he returned to the satellite city, something happened that made him furious. Ever since he had cultivated to the heavenly venerate realm, Yi Shiwen had become more and more shrewd. This was the first time he was so angry. Chapter 3468. Yi Shiwen had just returned to the satellite town when he saw a scene which instantly made him burst with anger. In the satellite town, the encampment of the human race was in a complete mess. It looked as if it had just experienced a great war. The encampment of the human clan's elite army had long been in chaos, and the defensive formation that Yi Shiwen had set up was destroyed. Millions of human clan's elites had suffered heavy casualties. Yi Shiwen's face was gloomy, and he directly landed on the conveyance light. He wanted to find out what was going on. Obviously, this was not a surprise attack from the ancient era. Otherwise, the encampment of the human clan would not be the only one that was attacked. When they saw Yi Shiwen returning, the higher-ups of the human clan army hurriedly came to see him. When Yi Shiwen's gaze swept across, he found that among the 3 emperor lords of the human clan who originally came this time, only Bian Xiaoye was missing. Yi Shiwen asked, "Where is the Moon Empress?" At this time, everyone looked at each other, and finally the human emperor stepped forward and said, "Reporting to your honor, the Moon Empress has been taken away." What? Yi Shiwen's expression changed slightly. Putting aside where they were, Bian Xiaoye was a sovereign emperor of the Second Realm, an extreme, grade powerhouse. What kind of joke was this for her to be abducted? "Who dares to be so daring?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Reporting to your honor, it is the Yin Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor," the human emperor said. "Impossible, with his strength. I'm afraid you can't even take him down, let alone the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. How could you just watch the Moon Empress be taken away by him?" Yi Shiwen said in disbelief. He knew very well how powerful the barrier he had set up was. Unless a heavenly venerate made a move, it would be impossible for an emperor lord to break in. Otherwise, wouldn't all his years of cultivation have gone to waste? With the cultivation of the Yin Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor, who relied on resources to forcibly support themselves, they might not be able to do anything to the human emperor if they really fought. Although it was unknown what method the city lord of Moon City had used, it could be imagined that he must have paid a huge price. Extreme experts were peerless experts who had walked their own path. If one wanted to push them out by force, one would have to pay a huge price. However, this was the end of it. The Yin Yang and Integration Emperor, who were pushed out by force, were just for show. Because of this, he couldn't believe it. The sky-shaking Thunder Monarch had already reached the 9th realm and was only half a step away from a peak sovereign emperor. The Yin Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor were nothing in front of him. However, he still watched as Bian Xiaoye was taken away. "Your Excellency, it was our fault for failing to protect you. That's why Moon Monarch was kidnapped." However, at that time, apart from Yin Yang and the Integration Emperor, there was also a Celestial Master involved. "We couldn't resist them, so Moon Monarch was taken away by them." The human sovereign cupped his hands and apologized. "An Empyrean is participating? It's really not your fault. You are all injured. Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn. With his all-seeing eyes, he could naturally see that whether it was the human sovereign, the sky-shaking Thunder Monarch, or the other high-level members of the human clan army, each of them had serious injuries. Obviously, they had gone through a bloody battle, but they were no match for the human clan army and were defeated in the end. They had tried their best, so Yi Shiwen couldn't say anything more. Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and a huge phoenix let out a cry. It flew over the bodies of all the injured people. The injuries of these people who had been enveloped by the phoenix miraculously healed in just a few breaths' time. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for healing us," these people immediately said, one after another. They naturally understood that there was no one other than Yi Shiwen who had the ability to do this. For the current Yi Shiwen, this was as easy as lifting a finger. It was effortless. However, the situation described by the human sovereign had completely attracted his attention. There was actually an Empyrean beside the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor. This was even more bizarre than the situation just now. The Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor was just an Emperor Lord. Moreover, he was an unworthy Emperor Lord. Even if he was the son of the Moon City Lord, it was simply a joke to command Empyrean to snatch a woman for him. In the eyes of an Emperor Lord, those below the extreme level were ants. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. In the eyes of Empyrean, it was the same. Although an Emperor Lord was also an extreme level powerhouse, he could only be regarded as an initial extreme level powerhouse at best. How could he be compared to an Empyrean, not to mention being ordered to do such a thing by an Emperor Lord? It was simply an insult. Even if the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor's father was the Moon City Lord, it wasn't enough to lower the self-esteem of an Empyrean. However, the human sovereign and the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor wouldn't lie to him. In that case, Empyrean had really taken action. This was also in line with Yi Shiwen's previous speculation. If it wasn't an Empyrean, how could the barrier and array he had arranged be broken by the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor? But what about Mr. Fu? Yi Shiwen asked. If the Heaven Talisman Immortal was in the army, how could he let someone take Bian Xiaoye away just like that? Hence, he couldn't help but ask. Mr. Fu left a few days ago. He said that he went into the chaos to look for some divine object. He asked us to report back to the Empyrean. Human Sovereign said quickly and looked at Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't show any expression. The relationship between him and the Heaven Talisman Immortal was somewhat similar to the relationship between him and the Eastern Heavenly Lord. Although the Heaven Talisman Immortal was relying on him, he wasn't his slave. It was impossible for him to restrain her actions. Then, do you know who the Empyrean who helped the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor to snatch the woman is? Yi Shiwen asked. The Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor weren't in Yi Shiwen's eyes at all. He wanted to know which Empyrean was so daring. We aren't very clear about this. However, Daoist Mu Huang is a native emperor. He should know. Zun Shan can ask him. Thunder Emperor said. Yi Shiwen finally nodded and asked them to leave first. Then he looked for the Mu Huang and asked about the identity of the Empyrean who came with the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor. Do you know the identity of that Empyrean? Yi Shiwen asked. Subordinate knows. The Mu Huang nodded quickly. He was also anxious in his heart. Bian Xiaoye was snatched from his territory, and he failed to protect her. During this time, he also figured out that among the three Empyreans, the strongest was the Thunder Emperor. However, in fact, the most valued one was the Moon Empress, Bian Xiaoye, because she was Yi Shiwen's eldest pro-disciple. This identity was extraordinary. He was also deeply afraid that Yi Shiwen would blame him. Although he couldn't be blamed, he didn't know if these eccentric Empyreans would vent their anger on him. Killing an emperor was troublesome, but it wasn't a big problem for an Empyrean. The Empyrean who came with the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor is called the Radiant Holy Venerable. It turns out that he isn't an Empyrean from our Fortune God dynasty. He is an Empyrean from the Radiant era of the Ancient Era. Later, he was defeated by the Moon City Lord and subdued by the heart-subduing curse. He isn't an ordinary Emperor. He can be considered a servant of his family. All these years, the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor have done evil and provoked many strong enemies. The Moon City Lord was afraid that something would happen to him, so he asked the Radiant Holy Venerable to protect him. The Radiant Holy Venerable has dealt with many troublesome enemies for many years. Mu Huang didn't dare to hide anything. He blurted out everything he knew. Although this would offend the Moon City Lord, he knew how powerful the person in front of him was. He had seen it with his own eyes. Several demon venerables had besieged him, but they were easily killed by him. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen had saved his life. He naturally stood on Yi Shiwen's side. Moreover, the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor had a terrible reputation. No one liked him. If it wasn't for his father, the Moon City Lord, standing behind him, he would have been beaten to death. Moreover, the Eastern Heavenly Venerable standing behind Yi Shiwen wasn't an ordinary person. He was a powerful figure that wasn't inferior to the Moon City Lord. Good, good, good. Yi Shiwen said good 3 times. The anger in his heart burned to the extreme. He originally thought that he had taught the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor a lesson. He didn't expect that the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor would still dare to touch Bian Xie. They were simply courting death. Previously, the Moon City Lord had deliberately leaked his whereabouts to complete a deal with the Demon Era. He had let the Demon Era's Heavenly Venerable come to kill him. Yi Shiwen had endured it for the sake of the overall situation. He didn't attack directly, but now Yi Shiwen couldn't care less. After asking the Wood Emperor, Yi Shiwen found out that the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor didn't dare to return to Sun City. Otherwise, they would be discovered. Obviously, they also knew that the Eastern Heavenly Venerable's camp wasn't easy to provoke. Hence, they went to a satellite city. With their status, wouldn't it be easy for them to get a foothold? They're really courting death. Yi Shiwen chuckled. His expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. This caused the Wood Emperor, who was standing in front of him, to quiver. He didn't care why Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor dared to pull his whiskers. He only wanted to know that Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor were dead. After asking for directions, Yi Shiwen disappeared into thin air and rushed towards the satellite city. This time, the Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor are dead. It's really a knife on the head. The Wood Emperor couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. The Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor was invincible in the Moon City and Sun City. No one dared to provoke him because they were afraid of his father, the Moon City Lord. But when they met someone who wasn't afraid of the Moon City Lord, it was time for them to die. However, at the same time, he also thought that if a war broke out, it might be between the Eastern Heavenly Venerable's camp and the Moon City Lord's camp. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. In just a short time, he had arrived at the satellite city that the Wood Emperor had mentioned. He directly released his terrifying Heavenly Venerable aura. Suddenly, the entire city shook. Many people were on tenterhooks. Could it be that the ancient era had come? Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor, come out. Chapter 3469. Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor, get out here! A loud roar reverberated through the entire city, instantly letting everyone know that the terrifying demonic figure wasn't looking for them, but for Yin Yang and the Integration Emperor. Since this satellite city could accommodate Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor, it must have been managed by Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor for a long time. They were not unfamiliar with his existence, but they did not have a good impression of Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor. Moreover, many people knew that the Moon City was breached because of Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor. There were countless casualties, many Emperor Lords, and even Heavenly Venerables. If not for the fact that he had the backing of the Moon City City Lord, many people would have killed him to comfort the souls of their friends and relatives in Moon City. At this time, on a cloud bed in a palace deep in the city, Yin Yang Emperor and Fusion Emperor were setting up a formation. Bian Xie was in the center of the formation. At this time, she was tied up by countless law chains. Her shoulder blades were also locked by two huge and thick godrule chains. She had lost all her power and could only lie weakly on the cloud bed. The Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor had a lecherous smile on his face as he said, "Little beauty, don't be in such a hurry. Today, I will definitely let you know what is the ultimate pleasure. Your 10,000 years of pure cultivation will be completely taken advantage of by me. Ha ha ha. Level 8 is just around the corner." The Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor looked at the extremely weak Bian Xiaoye. Although he was anxious, he knew very well why he had taken the risk to capture Bian Xiaoye. A moment of pleasure was only one of the reasons. More importantly, he wanted to turn Bian Xiaoye into a cauldron and absorb all of her power to replenish himself. This was also his great Tao. He had inherited the divine technique of a heavenly venerate. If not for such a heaven-defined technique, with his temperament and accumulation, how could he have cultivated to the Emperor Lord realm, let alone the 7th realm of the Emperor Lord realm? For the sake of his son, the Moon City Lord did not hesitate to bully the weak and personally captured female emperor, lords for him, to cultivate the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. In the past, they had never dared to attack the female emperors of the Fortune God dynasty. Most of them had abducted female emperors from ancient eras. However, this time the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor acted as if they had taken the wrong medicine. They ignored Yi Shiwen's threat and attacked Bian Xiaoye. "Mr. Ghost, I've already set up the formation according to your instructions. When the time comes, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to the 8th realm, right?" After setting up everything, the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Combination Emperor suddenly spoke. Then, in the shadows of the hall, a figure wearing a cloak slowly appeared and said to Yin-Yang and the Combination Emperor, "Of course, it's not a problem. When have I ever lied to you? As long as you complete the dual cultivation with her, it won't be a problem to break through to the 8th realm in one go. In fact, it won't be difficult for you to cultivate to the 9th realm after a long period of dual cultivation. At that time, you will be a peak Emperor Lord. Besides, heavenly venerables, who can do anything to you?" "That's true, but is this human woman really that effective? My father caught a 9th realm female Emperor Lord for me in the past, but she was only SOSO. Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor said, "Of course, you just don't know this. This woman has an innate 9 Yin demonic essence physique. With this physique, cultivation is extremely fast. If you can dual cultivate with her, your cultivation will naturally progress by leaps and bounds." The cloaked man said slowly, "Is this 9 Yin demonic essence physique really that powerful?" Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor asked in disbelief. "Yes, this 9 Yin demonic essence physique. In the long history of the demonic epoch, there were only 3 people with this physique. In the end, these people's achievements were unimaginable. Except for one who died young, the other 2 became demon venerables. However, this physique was not common even during the demonic epoch's most prosperous era. Now, it actually appeared in the human race of your martial epoch. This is really strange," the cloaked man said in amazement. His words actually revealed that he was not from the martial epoch. "This shouldn't have happened, but since you've seen it, I advise you not to let it go. Ha ha ha, I think the heavens are helping me. No matter how powerful the 9 Yin demonic essence physique was, it will now become a stepping stone for me to achieve the great Tao. Ha ha ha." Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor laughed wildly. In his opinion, this was simply a gift from the heavens. If not for Mr. Ghost's confirmation, he would not have risked defending martial venerables Yi Shiwen to obtain Bian Xiaoye. At the same time, he did not believe that Yi Shiwen could really do anything to him. He had seen too many similar scenes. No matter how angry those heavenly venerables were, they would still have scruples about his father. In the eyes of heavenly venerables, a mere Emperor Lord was not worth it. At worst, he would just ask his father to compensate him. As long as his cultivation could reach the 8th realm, everything would be worth it. Although he was arrogant and conceited, there was one thing that he knew very well, and that was that his cultivation aptitude was indeed average. If it wasn't for his father forcefully changing his physique and piling up all sorts of resources for him, how could he have cultivated to this level? Even so, his cultivation would often fall into stagnation. After all, at this level of cultivation, ordinary things would not be of much help to his cultivation. Therefore, he was willing to take the risk to capture Bien Xiaoye. He laughed maniacally, and the cloaked man was hidden in the shadows, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. "Don't be too happy too early. When my master returns, he will avenge me." Bien Xiaoye was very weak and said intermittently. Her beautiful eyes were still firm. Even if she encountered such a setback, she would not give up. This was also the most important thing she had learned from Yi Shiwen. "Ha ha ha! Although I don't know what your master and the Eastern Heavenly Lord are doing, it will obviously not end any time soon. When he returns, we will have already accomplished our good deed. At that time, I will be half a son-in-law to him. Will he still be willing to make a move on me?" Yin Yang Harmony Emperor said very calmly, "He will kill you." Bien Xiaoye gritted her teeth and said. She seemed to have used all her strength. Her shoulder blades were locked, and all her spiritual power was also sealed. She could not break free at all. "Kill me? How is that possible?" Yin Yang Harmony Emperor shook his head and said, "You and I are a true match. You are the disciple of the Heavenly Lord, and I am the son of the Heavenly Lord. We are a match made in heaven. He will definitely kill you." Bien Xiaoye said coldly, "Don't be so stubborn, little beauty. When the time comes, you will feel good." Yin Yang Harmony Emperor said indifferently. In his opinion, Bien Xiaoye was just being stubborn. Yin Yang Harmony Emperor, come out. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud shout penetrated through the layers of seals in the palace and exploded in the main hall. Hearing this voice, everyone reacted differently. Bien Xiaoye's pale little face revealed an expression of surprise and joy. She was even prepared to accept her fate. It wasn't that she didn't want to resist, but the enemy was just too strong. It wasn't something she could fight against. Suddenly hearing the voice of her master, Yi Shiwen, was like the sound of nature, like a drowning person who had encountered a straw. On the other hand, Yin Yang and the Integration Emperor started to panic because they never expected that Yi Shiwen would appear at this time. His previous calmness was just a facade. How could his temperament be compared to an ordinary extreme-level powerhouse? Bien Xiaoye did not change her indifference even in this situation. On the other hand, he was already panicking and out of his wits after hearing a loud shout. Seeing this scene, the cloaked man could not help but shake his head secretly. He could not help but say, "What a useless person! What should we do? Why would Wu Zun return at this time?" Yin Yang Harmony Emperor immediately panicked. He could not help but pace back and forth. He only felt that the sky was collapsing. Previously, he was taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen. Even now, he had never forgotten that terrifying feeling. Don't panic. Even if Wu Zun returns, so what? You are the son of the Moon City Lord. Do you think he would dare to do anything to you? He did not dare to do anything to you last time. This time will not be an exception. The cloaked man took a step forward and comforted him. Moreover, isn't there the Radiant Saint in the city? Although that Wu Zun is powerful, I'm afraid he is not a match for the Radiant Saint. No matter what, you are in an invincible position. Even if you cause a commotion in the joint conference of the Heavenly Masters, there is nothing to be afraid of. She is just a female empress of the human race. It is not a big deal. Just let your father compensate more as a dowry. That's right, that's right. Yin Yang Harmony Emperor and Yin Yang Harmony Emperor immediately felt a lot more at ease after listening to the cloaked man's analysis. As expected, Mr. Ghost is experienced and knowledgeable. So what if that Wu Zun is powerful? He can't do anything to me. The only thing he needs to consider is the Eastern Heavenly Master behind him. There is nothing else to worry about. After muttering to themselves for a while, Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor and Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor's expressions suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Suddenly, Bien Xiaya seemed to have accumulated some strength and said weakly, "He will kill you! Shut up!" Bien Xiaoya's words immediately made Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor and Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor panic again. Their expressions instantly turned ferocious as they looked at Bien Xiaya. "Shut up! Do you believe that I will kill you first?" As if to conceal the panic in his heart, his expression became extremely ferocious and distorted. Although he was confident that Yi Shiwen would not do anything to him, Bien Xiaoya's words were like a seed that sprouted in his heart. Chapter 3470. Yi Shiwen released Dao sounds. The Dao sounds were like a heavy hammer that smashed into everyone's hearts. It went straight to the depths of their souls and made everyone's minds buzz. Everyone was petrified. An extremely terrifying existence had descended upon this world. Above this satellite city, Yi Shiwen's eyes were like two sharp saber lights. Wherever he passed, all the demons and monsters would be revealed. He immediately saw the place where Bien Xiaoya, Yin-Yang Emperor, and Fusion Emperor were located. Layers of defensive enchantments and matrix arrays had been arranged in this palace to prevent outsiders from peeking inside. However, there was no secret in front of Yi Shiwen's eyes. When he saw Bien Xiaoya's shoulder blades being locked and tied to a cloud bed, Yi Shiwen was still furious despite his current state of mind and shrewdness. "Yin-Yang Emperor, I think you're courting death." Yi Shiwen shouted and urged his will. The primal chaos energy that filled the sky was drawn by him and transformed into a terrifying opponent. In an instant, it rushed towards the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor in the palace to grab him. The Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor had felt it as soon as Yi Shiwen's gaze fell on them. They felt as if a weak rabbit was being stared at by a powerful tiger. They instantly became silent out of fear. In fact, this feeling was even more terrifying than that. Because of the difference in life level, that terrifying will contain the intention to kill. It made him feel fear in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Even his soul was trembling. There was no way to make up for such a difference in level. All the boundaries and arrays seemed so ridiculous in front of this gaze. They couldn't stop it at all, as if they were separated by an entire world. Yi Shiwen's gaze fell on him. The giant hand formed by chaotic qi streaked across the sky and slammed down ruthlessly. It was only a short period of time, but to him, it felt as long as a century. It crushed down inch by inch, breaking through the bottom line in his heart. His eyes became sluggish, as if he was dumbfounded. All of the defensive barriers and spirit formations in the city seemed to have ceased to exist in the face of this giant hand. They were easily activated by themselves. This attack was too terrifying. All of a sudden, just as the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor were in despair, they heard the chanting of scriptures. The laws in the air were changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This big hand collapsed in an instant and disappeared into nothingness. This wasn't a collision of powerful forces. Instead, it was a fundamental change in the rules. This had disintegrated Yi Shiwen's move. The Empyrean has made his move. Everyone knew what this meant, because only an Empyrean would be able to change the rules. If it were a fight between sovereign emperors, they would have to clash head-on. Only a heavenly venerate could change the rules and interrupt the other party's attack. Yi Shiwen didn't panic in the slightest in the face of this sudden change. This was because he knew from the beginning that there was a heavenly master beside Yin-Yang and Fusion Emperor. This was inevitable. Yi Shiwen easily disintegrated Yi Shiwen's attack, but he also exposed his existence. A blond man with blue eyes and endless holy light walked out slowly. He had a pair of wings on his back, and he looked a little like someone from the feather race, but there were some differences. This figure exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression and endless holy light. It was as if he was saying that anyone who went against him was committing a heinous crime and going against the heavens. Radiant, holy venerate, Yi Shiwen confirmed this person's identity effortlessly. Wu Zun, you are a heavenly venerate of the Fortune God dynasty. How dare you attack a satellite city belonging to the Fortune God dynasty? Are you trying to rebel? This radiant, holy venerate wanted to put a big hat on Yi Shiwen as soon as he spoke. Humph, radiant, holy venerate, you know very well why I'm here. You don't have to pretend. Who do you think you are? You are just a dog of the Moon City Lord. How dare you break the enchantment I set up, severely injure the human race army, and kidnap my human race emperor? How dare you? Yi Shiwen would not fall for his trick. He immediately exposed the thing that he wanted to hide. A hint of anger appeared on the radiant, holy venerate's face. Back when he was defeated by the Moon City Lord, he was cursed by the Moon City Lord. From then on, he was ordered around by the Moon City Lord like a slave. He even had to listen to Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor. This was also a huge humiliation for him. It was just that ordinary people wouldn't have the guts to expose this in front of him. However, Yi Shiwen had the strength and qualifications to do so. He directly exposed the last bit of cover he had left. His eyes shone fiercely, and he couldn't wait to kill Yi Shiwen. However, I'm not here to look for you today. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor, you kidnapped my disciple. Now you don't even have the guts to see me? Yi Shiwen didn't even look at the radiant holy venerate and spoke directly. His eyes were still fixed on Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor in the palace. At this time, everyone in the city seemed to finally understand why Yi Shiwen dared to come here so aggressively. It turned out that something like this had actually happened. Many people couldn't help but feel like fainting. Although they knew that Yin Yang and the Fusion Emperor were usually arrogant, they didn't think that they would be this arrogant. What a joke! They dared to break a celestial venerate's seal boundary and abduct a celestial venerate's disciple. These things were simply ridiculous. He was too bold. Even if his father was the Moon City Lord, this was too exaggerated. After all, the person in front of them was also a heavenly venerate. Although his position was slightly lower than the Moon City Lord's, his status was not bad. How much guts and how insane would one have to be to do such a thing? Once the two heavenly venerates fought here, the satellite star city would be destroyed. At that time, they would all die. Would the Fortune God dynasty punish Yi Shiwen too much just because of the destruction of a satellite star city? The Moon City Lord would protect his son. At that time, they would be the ones who would be really unlucky. At this time, boundless resentment arose in their hearts. Usually, they only heard about Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor's evil deeds, but that was far away from them. Now that they were going to be buried with him, how could they not be angry? However, Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor was much calmer now. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he had a heavenly venerate protecting him. Under the extreme fear just now, he had almost forgotten about this. Now that he remembered, he had regained his prestige as the Moon City Lord's young city lord. Wu Zun, what are you trying to do? You are the bold one. How dare you attack my city? I will definitely ask my father to teach you a lesson. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor pointed at Yi Shiwen and said. However, he didn't dare to keep calling Yi Shiwen an old dog anymore. After all, Yi Shiwen wasn't a slave like the light saint who could be ordered around by him. Most importantly, he had found out that Yi Shiwen's cultivation age wasn't even a fraction of his. Scolding Yi Shiwen would make him seem incompetent, stubborn. I'm already here, and you still dare to act like this. You are really courting death. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor wasn't in his eyes at all. If his father wasn't the Moon City Lord, he wouldn't even be qualified to be remembered by Yi Shiwen. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor, you colluded with the heavenly venerates of the ancient era to attack the encampment of my human race and kidnapped my human race's emperor. You are clearly rebelling. Today, I will help your father to clean up the mess. Yi Shiwen laughed mischievously, and his voice shook the entire continent. He wasn't the only one who knew how to flatter others. At this time, Yi Shiwen wasn't strong enough to disregard the fortune god dynasty. It was necessary to stand on the moral high ground. How dare you? Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor said angrily. How could he not be afraid of Yi Shiwen's threat? What a joke! With Yi Shiwen's strength, it was indeed enough to kill him. Young master, why don't we let the Moon Empress go? Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. At this time, Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor heard the voice of the Light Saint. Although he wasn't afraid of a new heavenly venerate like Yi Shiwen, it would eventually lead to a confrontation between the Eastern Heavenly Venerate and the Moon City Lord. And the Moon City Lord, who had just been attacked, might not be a match for the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. No. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor immediately shouted and rejected the Light Saint's suggestion. If it was just an ordinary, lustful relationship, he would have let her go after Yi Shiwen's words. However, according to the cloaked man, Mr. Ghost, this might be the key to whether he could enter the 9th realm or not. He wasn't willing to give up. He knew himself very well. He was also very clear that his aptitude was limited. His foundation was damaged in his mother's womb. It was already a miracle that he could reach where he was today. If he couldn't improve further, he might not even be able to survive the great apocalypse. And Bien Xiaoye was his opportunity to reach the peak of the Emperor realm. Even Mr. Ghost said that even during the peak of the Devil era, there were only a few people who reached this level. If he let go of this opportunity, how could he have the chance to reach a higher level? Didn't you claim that you are very powerful? Are you also a top figure in the Light era? Could it be that you are afraid of him? Go, kill him, I want him dead. Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor shouted. He couldn't be more familiar with the killing intent in Yi Shiwen's tone. This was because he had also killed countless people in his life. He couldn't be more familiar with that kind of arrogant tone, as if he was slaughtering ants. He immediately became ruthless. Since a heavenly venerate like Yi Shiwen had the killing intent, then he might as well go all the way. In that case, he might as well go all the way and kill Yi Shiwen, a revered martial artist. Chapter 3471. At this moment, Yin Yang and the Fusion Emperor were a little crazy. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have such crazy thoughts even if he was beaten to death. An Emperor Lord actually wanted to kill a heavenly venerate. This was simply disgraceful. Yi Shiwen had only killed the heaven-devouring demon emperor, who had just become a heavenly master, but it had already aroused the displeasure of all the heavenly masters in the world. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the foreign domains had besieged the divine capital of fortune, it wouldn't have been so easy for Yi Shiwen to become a heavenly master. He would have had to go through a bloody battle, and wouldn't have had the opportunity to become a heavenly master even if he had narrowly escaped death. To an Empyrean, this was a fundamental taboo. Anyone who broke this taboo would become the enemy of all Empyreans. The Yin Yang Emperor and the Unity Emperor had the protection of the Moon City Lord. They had merely scolded Yi Shiwen as an old dog, and had already caused the displeasure of all the celestial venerables present. Now, they had even ordered the radiant holy venerables to kill Yi Shiwen. They really deserved to die. Yin Yang and the Combination Emperor were ultimately not heavenly venerables and did not know the taboos between heavenly venerables. It was already a huge taboo for an Emperor Lord to order an Emperor Lord around. If they wanted to kill a heavenly venerate, they deserved to die. Young master, I have to remind you that you are offending your superiors. The Holy Venerate of Light couldn't help but remind them. The Yin Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor might not know, but the Holy Venerate of Light knew. Although it was a different era, the Heavenly Venerates were the supreme rulers of each era. How could they tolerate those ants in their eyes killing them? What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you see that he wanted to kill me? Kill him, I must kill him. If you don't do it, I'll use the seal curse to kill you. Anyway, if I die, you'll be buried with me. Yin Yang and the Fusion Emperor roared in a crazed manner. Hatred flashed in the eyes of the Saint of Light. With his strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to kill the Yin Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor without giving him a chance to activate the incantation. However, the truly terrifying person was the City Lord of Moon City. The City Lord also had an incantation that could instantly kill him, regardless of where he was. He was a dignified Empyrean, yet he was being ordered around like this. How could he not be angry in his heart? At this time, he looked at Yi Shiwen with all his resentment. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, how could he have ended up like this? Wu Zun, since you're being so overbearing, don't blame me for being impolite. Even though you're strong, I don't believe that you can cover the sky with one hand. At this moment, the Light Saint said coldly. He was also a high and mighty figure in the Light Era. Although he had been captured and made a slave, the Moon City Lord wasn't stupid. He still treated him like an important guest and was even an elder. On the other hand, Yin Yang and the Integration Emperor didn't know how powerful he was and kept ordering him around like a slave. Today, he was even threatened by a sovereign emperor. The rage in his heart was immeasurable. A scepter had appeared in his hand. This scepter was golden in color, and at the top of the scepter was a pair of wings. It was as if the world would shatter with a single flap of the wings. He waved the scepter in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. Even the heavens and the earth changed color. Endless light spread out, as if the sky had been dyed into a kingdom of light. Such a cultivation method could definitely destroy a sea of stars and turn countless stars into ashes. Fourth realm. No, it's the peak of the fourth realm. Yi Shiwen immediately determined that the Light Saint's cultivation was even higher than his. He had already cultivated to the peak of the fourth realm. Yi Shiwen, who had just entered the fourth realm, couldn't be compared to him. Very strong. The Light Saint was indeed not bragging. With Yi Shiwen's current cultivation, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing experts at the peak of the fourth realm. However, the Light Saint was able to firmly suppress him in terms of aura. It was as if he had already entered the fifth realm but was beaten down to the fourth realm. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid. With his cultivation at this level, there was nothing to be afraid of. He directly faced the Light Saint. The boundless nature manifestation hand had already appeared in his hand, and then turned into a fist. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. His 6 paths of reincarnation fist bloomed with 6 rays of light, emitting endless light like the celestial light of creation. It had an indescribable charm. Boom! With a huge roar, Yi Shiwen's fist directly blasted on the Light Saint's scepter. The overwhelming collision of the celestial masters' laws spread out like water waves. However, they quickly engulfed each other, disintegrated each other, and changed each other's laws, turning the opponent's attack into nothingness. After the collision of the various laws, it was the true foundation of both sides that competed. After a terrifying collision, Yi Shiwen immediately felt that his arm was slightly sore. This was because Yi Shiwen had smelted a part of the 7th metal ancestral qi. During this time, the strength of his physical body had grown again. Otherwise, the palm of his hand would have been torn apart. Of course, if Yi Shiwen had completely refined the 7th metal ancestral qi, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any Dao tool with his bare hands. He would be almost invincible. He wouldn't even need the boundless nature manifestation hand. The Light Saint's cultivation and foundation were indeed terrifying. After this real fight, Yi Shiwen instantly understood that the Light Saint had indeed fallen from the 5th realm. Otherwise, an ordinary peak of the 4th realm wouldn't be able to defeat him. Not everyone was a monster like him. Yi Shiwen guessed correctly this time. The Light Saint was indeed an expert of the 5th realm. However, when he had just entered the 5th realm, he encountered the Moon City Lord. He was eventually defeated and subdued. However, his cultivation also plummeted. Originally, he had just entered the 5th realm, but now he had fallen to the peak of the 4th realm. After countless years, although his injuries had already recovered, his cultivation hadn't improved. This was because his Taoist heart had been broken. How could a celestial master who was a slave have any Taoist heart? It was already the result of his hard work over the years that his cultivation hadn't collapsed. It was impossible for him to improve further. His cultivation in this life was also restricted. This situation was a bit similar to the relationship between Yi Shiwen and the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor in the early days. However, Yi Shiwen later used some means to restore the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's Taoist heart. However, the Light Saint wasn't so lucky. Even so, the strength of the Light Saint had completely surpassed the ordinary peak of the Fourth Realm. He could even defeat Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen's fighting spirit was aroused in his heart instead. His arm shook slightly, and the slight numbness disappeared without a trace. Then he counterattacked with a punch. It was the same 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was not fancy at all. It directly suppressed all strong enemies with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This move of his had defeated many strong enemies. From the beginning to the present, he had completely integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist into his own unique technique. With the addition of the laws of time and space, it had long turned into a celestial master level unique technique. When the Light Saint saw that his scepter had no way to injure Yi Shiwen, he was also taken aback. Most of his cultivation was on this scepter. Even an expert at the peak of the Fourth Realm would suffer a big loss and be seriously injured after taking a blow from the scepter. Yi Shiwen in front of him had just entered the Fourth Realm. How could he possibly take it? However, seeing that Yi Shiwen had counterattacked, the Light Saint did not slow down at all. He moved the scepter in his hand on the spot. With a loud roar, the scepter smashed down. From this scepter, a god with golden light flew out. Its entire body was transparent, but it had 12 wings on its back. When it flapped slightly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone in the satellite town was terrified. A casual aftermath of the battle between celestial master-level experts would cause the entire city's defense array to be on high alert. One after another, they woke up from their deep slumber in order to resist the aftermath of the battle between these two terrifying people. The battle between the two of them could casually destroy a galaxy. There was no pressure at all. It was too frightening. Many of the big shots who were originally high and mighty in the city were trembling in front of such a battle. They did not even dare to move. Yi Shiwen's fist directly blasted towards the 12-winged golden god. There was another terrifying collision. The laws swallowed each other. Everyone could see the laws emerging. It was visible to the naked eye, and it was still changing. The laws that everyone was familiar with had become unrecognizable under the tampering of the battle between these two. It was really terrifying. The body of the 12-winged golden artifact trembled in a strange rhythm. It vibrated out circles of light. It actually dissipated the fist energy of Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist without a trace. Wu Zun, your cultivation is not bad. It's a pity that you are so aggressive. It has planted the seeds of disaster for you. You heard what he said, right? Today is the day of your death. There will be no accidents. Compared to me, you are still far behind. The Holy Venerable of Light held the scepter in his hand. He was incomparably majestic, like a god of creation walking between heaven and earth. His expression was solemn. Within the thousands of rays of light that burst out behind him, it was as if there was a god singing in each ray of light, chanting ancient divine scriptures. It was different from any language in the modern world. It belonged to the Radiant Era, and it recorded the great way of the Radiant Era. You want to kill me? Yi Shiwen said lightly. I don't want to kill you. I want to kill you. The Holy Venerable of Light responded simply. As for the terrifying consequences of killing a heavenly venerable of the Fortune God dynasty, he no longer thought about it. He knew that no matter what he did, the Moon City Lord would pay for it. In other words, the City Lord would be responsible for this matter for his son. What he wanted to do was to kill someone. As for what trouble he would bring to the Moon City Lord, he did not care. In fact, he even felt a little happy. This was the only way he could resist. You want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Let's see how capable you are. Yi Shiwen's sword-like eyebrows were inverted. He looked like an angry Vajra. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his power soared to the sky. Chapter 3472. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed. He wasn't discouraged in the face of such a formidable opponent. On the contrary, he was getting more and more excited and fearless. After all, such a formidable opponent was the perfect target for him to sharpen his blade. In the whole world, probably only Yi Shiwen would have such a big courage. Holy Venerable Light chanted ancient scriptures. Every time he chanted a sentence, a terrifying power surged out of his body, turning into endless rays of light, becoming stronger and stronger. It was extremely terrifying. The earth-shattering principles spread out like quicksilver and transformed into a dreadful attack. They were like waves, stacked layer upon layer, and each layer was more dreadful than the previous one. This was a bit like the power technique that Yi Shiwen had learned in the outer domain. The ominous waves were stacked on top of each other, and each layer was more dreadful than the previous one. This technique was very dreadful in the sovereign realm. It could even erupt with an offensive power that was far greater than one's own fighting strength when stacked layer by layer. However, it was a common technique in the heavenly Venerate realm. The reason why the ominous waves 5-layered technique was a secret technique that wasn't passed down to the Emperors was because it was a secret technique that surpassed the limits of one's combat power and borrowed the power of heavenly Tao. However, in the Heaven Monarch realm, this kind of limit could be easily surpassed because celestial venerables could change the rules. The limit was set by the rules. However, if even the rules were changed, then it would be very easy to break through the original limit. This was also the reason why the Emperor realm could not challenge the Heavenly Lords, because the Heavenly Lords could easily burst out a terrifying combat power that was dozens or even hundreds of times more than the Emperor realm. Yi Shiwen was able to succeed not only because his own skills were many times more powerful than ordinary peak Emperor realm masters, but also because the heaven-devouring Demon King had just entered the Heavenly Lord realm. He had not mastered many of the techniques and mysteries of the Heavenly Lord realm. He only relied on his own combat power to fight with Yi Shiwen. In the end, he was severely injured by the Heavenly Lord's sword chi that Yi Shiwen had gathered with great difficulty, giving Yi Shiwen a chance. There were too many coincidences, and it was absolutely impossible to replicate it again. The ominous waves 5 overlapped could only overlap 5 times. However, the Holy Sage of Light had casually overlapped dozens of times. He wanted to put Yi Shiwen to death. Yi Shiwen's ominous waves 5 overlapped could only overlap 5 times. You want to deal with me with just this technique? I'm afraid it's still not enough. Superimposing battle prowess is only a basic quality for an Empyrean. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, and directly rushed forward to meet the attack head-on. Although he had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the previous collision, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Every time they clashed, he would gain a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. He would also gain a better understanding of some of the Bright Era's techniques. Moreover, Yi Shiwen still had a trump card in his hand, so he might as well play with him before his trump card appeared. At the same time, 5% of the virtuous energy within Yi Shiwen's body had also thoroughly integrated into the World Tree. And the World Tree fruit on the World Tree had also begun to mature at an accelerated rate. It seemed as if 100 years had passed every second. It was growing at a crazy speed and began to gradually exude a fruity fragrance. Yi Shiwen had used his virtuous energy to accelerate the ripening of the World Tree fruit. It had even made the original World Tree fruit even more marvelous. It didn't need to wait for a long time. This was one of the miraculous uses of the Chi of Merit. Yi Shiwen was full of confidence with this trump card. Yi Shiwen didn't mind tempering himself with the radiant holy sage while waiting for the world fruit to ripen. Boom! 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 The radiant holy sage's body radiated light. He was like the god of creation. He had the power to create and destroy the world. He was unmoving like a mountain. Only the 12-winged golden god suppressed the world. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen was like a matchless god of war, attacking crazily. Although he was at a disadvantage on the battlefield and couldn't break through the Light Saint's defense, the Light Saint couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen for a while. He could only watch Yi Shiwen's continuous attacks. Yi Shiwen's attacks were violent and powerful. Even though the Light Holy Venerable had firmly suppressed Yi Shiwen, he still couldn't take him down. He could only watch Yi Shiwen's battle prowess increase greatly. At this time in the palace, the cloaked man, Mr. Ghost, just stood still. He looked at the two people fighting in the sky. He had a plan in his mind. According to the information, Yi Shiwen is just a new heavenly lord. He has only been cultivating for less than 10,000 years. It's a miracle that he can grow to this stage. The martial arts era is a little different. Such a genius is rare even in the devil era. It's a pity that he will fall here. He was considering whether he should help the radiant holy sage if he couldn't take down Yi Shiwen later. He already understood that the radiant holy sage's strength was indeed above Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was also terrifyingly strong. It wouldn't be easy for the radiant holy sage to turn this advantage into an absolute gap and kill Yi Shiwen. Therefore, if it was necessary, he might even need to take action. This was because this was his plan from the beginning to the end. As long as the radiant holy sage kills Yi Shiwen, the conflict between the Moon City Lord and the Eastern Heavenly Lord can no longer be hidden. It can even lead to an all-out confrontation between the 10 great divine cities and the Fortune God dynasty. At that time, all their plans of subjugation will be put on hold. It will buy us the most crucial time. Mr. Ghost sighed, as if he was lamenting the passing of time. When was the last time this happened? It seems like it's been a long time. This martial arts era is at its most prosperous. It's already past the middle stage. If we can occupy it and devour it, it will at least be enough for our devil era to continue for more than 10 more great apocalypses. He remembered the last time he had broken through that era. For the demonic path era to survive until now, it was not only because they had broken through a legitimate era. Not all eras had the opportunity to exist from birth until the great apocalypse. Some eras were conquered halfway through, and the heavenly Tao was not fully developed before it was completely destroyed. The eras that had been destroyed had provided nourishment for the ancient eras, allowing them to survive the great apocalypse again and again. This was the cruelty of the competition between eras. Countless years after Fortune, Heavenly Monarch left, they finally opened a gap. They absolutely could not give it up. According to past experience, as long as this gap could be guarded, a steady stream of experts would enter, and at that time, this era would definitely be doomed. In the era when Fortune, Heavenly Monarch was still around, they did not dare to attack. Most of the ancient eras trembled in fear under Fortune, Heavenly Monarch's might. Not to mention attacking the Fortune God dynasty. They were even afraid that the Fortune God dynasty would retaliate. It was not like the Fortune God dynasty had never done such a thing. Under Fortune, Heavenly Monarch's leadership, they had uprooted several ancient eras. Many ancient eras could still remember that awe-inspiring scene. When faced with the extremely powerful fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch, how many people dared to say that they could fight against him? The best result they could hope for was that they were lucky enough not to be chosen. Even the powerful devil era could only say that if they were targeted by Fortune, Heavenly Monarch, they could only fight to the death. During that period of time, all the eras trembled in fear. They could not imagine that such a terrifying character would appear. It was not until countless years after Fortune, Heavenly Monarch, disappeared that they resumed their cautious probing. Now that they had confirmed that Fortune, heavenly monarch was gone, they once again launched an attack on the martial epoch. Not all eras were as strong as the martial epoch when Fortune, heavenly monarch was still around. Mr. Ghost, who had seen many eras, was very clear about this. In his opinion, the martial epoch was just an exception. However, it was precisely because of this that if they wanted to attack the Fortune God dynasty, they had to do their best. If they could provoke an internal conflict within the Fortune God dynasty, causing them to fall into a long-term internal friction, that would save time and effort. Every time they survived the Great Apocalypse, it was a kind of torment. Even heavenly venerables had to go all out and wait for it. Without sufficient strength and foundation, it was impossible to persist. Ha ha ha! This martial venerable is only SOSO. He's dead for sure. The Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor laughed heartily with a ferocious expression. Then he turned to look at Bian Xiaoye. Moon Monarch, do you still expect your master to come and save you? This time, not only will he not be able to save you, but he will also fall into it and die as well. Earlier, when he was threatened by Yi Shiwen, he even felt that his life was in danger. Now that the threat was gone, his arrogance and perverseness all came out. Ever since he was born, he had never faced such a thrilling situation. A heavenly venerable was determined to kill him, and the heavenly venerable could severely injure or even kill him with just his spirit sense. At that moment, he even despaired. Now that he saw that the Radiant's holy venerable had the upper hand, he was in a good mood. Now that he had vented all his frustrations, even a heavenly venerable was not a threat to him. He will kill you, Bian Xiaoye said disdainfully. Her face was pale, but she did not hide the trace of disdain on her face. You shut up. The Yin-Yang Harmony Emperor panicked and said again. At this time, up in the sky, in the endless chaos, the battle between the two had reached a white-hot stage. Two heavenly venerables were attacking each other. Even though they were separated by a great distance and protected by enchantments and array formations, it could still be felt that the entire continent was shaking violently. The aftermath of the battle was incomparably terrifying. It's useless, martial venerable. How long can you last? With the absolute difference in strength, you can't turn the tables. Surrender obediently. In the fourth realm, I am invincible. The Radiant's holy venerable shouted as if he wanted to wake Yi Shiwen up. Is that so? Chapter 3473. Is that so? Asked Yi Shiwen, coldly with a smile in the face of the holy venerable light's explosive shout. Humph, stubborn. I've already figured out your strength. It's just the same as an ordinary peak of the fourth realm. However, you're still far from being on par with me, said the holy venerable light. Although he had fallen to the fourth realm, he was at least invincible in the fourth realm. This was where his true confidence came from. The one who is really stubborn and can't recognize the reality is you. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His body exuded a terrifying light. The power of time and space manifested around him. Then it distorted and turned into a ribbon, waving up and down. It was incomparably spectacular. He flipped his palm slightly, and a fruit appeared on his palm. This fruit exuded a mysterious aura of the law. There was even the chi of virtue lingering around it. It was really a medium saint grade. It was hard to imagine. After waiting for a long time, the world tree fruit finally ripened under the catalysis of the chi of virtue. Only a portion of the chi of virtue was used to ripen the world tree fruit. Most of it was completely integrated into the world tree and the world tree fruit. This made the world tree fruit also contain the chi of virtue. This made the world tree fruit even more magical than the one Yi Shiwen had eaten before. The holy venerable light almost instinctively felt that the world tree fruit that appeared on Yi Shiwen's palm was not ordinary. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Yi Shiwen crushed the world tree fruit. Immediately after, the world tree fruit turned into a huge torrent of energy and suddenly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. The vitality in Yi Shiwen's body seemed to have been replenished all of a sudden. Yi Shiwen's vitality was not abundant after the several terrifying collisions just now. After all, although Yi Shiwen didn't seem to suffer any damage from each attack, the loss of vitality was real. Now, the loss of vitality was all replenished at once. In addition, the aura on Yi Shiwen's body was gradually becoming stronger and more terrifying. The blood energy on his body directly broke through the cosmos, broke through the primal chaos, almost breaking through the shackles of this great era. There were Empyrean laws surging and flowing everywhere. It was just too terrifying. This, although Holy Venerable Light didn't know what kind of fruit Yi Shiwen had just swallowed, he knew that he couldn't let Yi Shiwen continue like this. After all, this fruit could enhance Yi Shiwen's strength. Even if it was only temporary, it was still very dangerous. Yi Shiwen was already very difficult to deal with. If Yi Shiwen's strength improved further, even he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Shiwen. Both sides had already fought to this point, and the enmity between them could no longer be eliminated. If they couldn't take down Yi Shiwen, or even kill him, then the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, he made his decision and made his move. The scepter in his hand trembled slightly. Then he suddenly waved it and smashed it down like a pillar that supported the heavens. This was his Empyrean Taoist tool, and it was also his most powerful means. It almost pierced through the entire primal chaos in an instant. After countless years, this was the first time he used his full strength. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He also took a step forward and directly spat out a mouthful of profound qi. Then he smashed his fist into the profound qi. This profound qi wrapped Yi Shiwen's arm and completely turned into a terrifying blow. It formed an incomparably huge hurricane and fiercely smashed into the scepter. Dang! An incomparably loud explosion resounded in the air. Both sides were equally matched, and with the support of Yi Shiwen's bursting blood essence, both sides were evenly matched for the first time. This was also the first time that both of them had fought each other. Yi Shiwen's original disadvantage in martial arts and realm had been perfectly compensated at this time. With the support of the huge energy of the world tree fruit, Yi Shiwen's martial arts were improving every minute and second. Moreover, there were endless great Tao laws in the world tree fruit, which all belonged to the Empyrean laws. With the help of the Qi of Merit, it was much easier to comprehend. It was simply twice the result with half the effort. In just a moment's effort, Yi Shiwen had already improved a lot. This change was immediately sensed by the Holy Venerable Light. Originally, Yi Shiwen wasn't considered much under his attacks and was still completely at a disadvantage. Now he could actually fight against him. Although he could only do this by borrowing the power of vitality, this was already an extremely dangerous sign. If this continued, wouldn't he be surpassed by him? Originally, he was confident that within the fourth realm, no one could defeat him. However, after a series of battles, he actually had some doubts about himself. Although he was invincible, it wasn't that easy to take down Yi Shiwen. He had to take advantage of the fact that Yi Shiwen hadn't used the power of the fruit to its peak to interrupt him and kill him. After thinking it through, the Holy Venerable Light immediately opened his mouth. One rune after another jumped out of his mouth, one after another. One by one, they connected like flowing water and sprinkled across the entire universe. These runes condensed together one by one, and then formed a scripture. The moment this scripture was formed, it turned into a kingdom of light. It was a paradise in the endless world, where all souls belonged, and also the kingdom where the supreme God of creation resided. That incomparably powerful kingdom of light took shape bit by bit, engraved into every inch of space, and stabilized the qi of chaos in this universe. Then, it slid down towards Yi Shiwen inch by inch. It seemed to be very slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. It directly fell towards Yi Shiwen. The space of the entire universe was fixed, and even the chaotic chi of chaos was no exception. The aura around Yi Shiwen's body was completely fixed. In front of this kingdom of light, no one could escape. Every ray of light contained the will of light. It seemed to be rebuking Yi Shiwen's sins. Everything in the world was sinful, and only conversion could wash away the sins on one's body. However, such a will of light couldn't affect Yi Shiwen at all. Even his inner demons had been destroyed by him, let alone this level of will influence him. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Although the kingdom of light was terrifying and had stabilized the space, it couldn't stop the rise of Yi Shiwen's aura. It was almost like a torrent, breaking through all obstacles and prohibitions. Facing the kingdom of light that was falling down, Yi Shiwen made his move. Chapter 3474. The kingdom of light smashed down. An endless light illuminated the entire chaos. It was as if there were thousands of suns shining in the chaos. It was a huge kingdom of light that covered the sky. Everywhere it passed, even the chaos was crushed. This scene was too terrifying, and it shocked everyone. Countless cultivators in the city saw this scene, and they were scared out of their wits. What kind of mighty power was this? It was impossible to estimate. This was the true strength of a celestial master, which was far from what an emperor could compare with. An emperor could perform to the limit, but a celestial master could surpass this limit. They could feel that they were nothing in front of this mighty force. If they were to be brushed by the aftershock of this force in the slightest, they would explode on the spot. This feeling was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them, and they felt cold from head to toe. They trembled in panic, and their entire bodies were convulsing. The terror in their hearts had reached the extreme. This was like a god that split the heavens and earth apart. Just a kingdom of light was enough to destroy everything in the world. What a terrifying scene it was. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He immediately made a long roar and then attacked. There were no unnecessary fancy movements. It was just a simple punch. Boom! The kingdom of light and Yi Shiwen's fist collided fiercely. Everything happened too fast. In fact, it happened in just an instant. Yi Shiwen's fist smashed directly into the kingdom of light. In the kingdom of light, countless gods who were chanting the scriptures of the gods were evaporated and killed by Yi Shiwen's fist energy. The high clouds, the low earth, the towering towers, the endless creatures, and everything that was emitting light were all meaningless. In front of Yi Shiwen's fist, everything collapsed and was minced into pieces. At this time, everyone discovered that the kingdom of light was indeed terrifying. However, it seemed to be nothing in front of Yi Shiwen's fist. The truly terrifying thing was his fist. Rumble! Yi Shiwen's fist pierced through the sky and arrived in front of the radiant Saint Venerable's face. The terrifying energy set off a frenzy, and the clothes on the radiant Saint Venerable's body fluttered in the wind. The eyes of the light Saint Venerate flashed with extreme shock. How was this possible? The radiant kingdom that he had condensed had even communicated with the radiant era. The radiant eras had descended to form this radiant kingdom. Almost no one could deal with it. However, Yi Shiwen's fist actually penetrated the kingdom of light on the spot and penetrated in front of him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The situation was critical to the limit. Yi Shiwen's speed was too terrifying. He didn't know when a pair of black wings had sprouted from his back. It was precisely the devil wings that increased his speed and strength to the limit. At this moment, he really felt the threat. Although Yi Shiwen was a strong opponent, he was confident that he could kill Yi Shiwen. But now, the situation had changed completely in such a short time. Bang! It was almost too late for him to do anything. Yi Shiwen's punch that pierced through the kingdom of light directly hit his face. His entire head exploded, turning into golden blood rain that scattered all over the sky. His whole body flew out like a meteor. God knew how many chaos creatures were hidden in it along the way. He flew for tens of millions of miles before barely stopping. Boom! Almost with a loud roar, everyone saw that the kingdom of light that contained the will of the radiant era, which was originally incomparably majestic, suddenly collapsed. Everything happened too quickly. The collapse of the kingdom of light and the Saint of Light's head exploded happened almost at the same time. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They were almost scared to death. Yi Shiwen was at a complete disadvantage a moment ago, although he had the power to fight back, but everyone could see that he had been suppressed. However, he had suddenly erupted, and his fighting prowess was really terrifying. The Saint of Light, who was firmly suppressing Yi Shiwen just now, was directly blown away with just a punch. Yin Yang and Integration Emperor opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them. He was very proud and arrogant just now, as if Yi Shiwen was going to die in the next second. But in the blink of an eye, the situation suddenly reversed. His family servant, the Saint of Light, was suddenly blown away. His entire head exploded. Yi Shiwen's punch was too terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying punch. It pierced through the sky, and the entire chaos was shattered. Wherever it passed, even time was crystallized. If it wasn't so terrifying, how could the Saint of Light's head explode with a punch? Savage and ruthless. At this moment, he once again felt the feeling of impending death. His mouth was wide open, as if someone had grabbed his throat, and he could not make a single sound. Next to him, Mr. Ghost's expression under the cloak also revealed an extremely shocked expression. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Yi Shiwen, who was suppressed just now, actually completed a reversal in this short period of time. Although Yi Shiwen's strength was comparable to the peak of the fourth realm, it was only an ordinary peak of the fourth realm. It was not the same thing as the Saint of Light, who had fallen from the fifth realm to the fourth realm. However, in such a short period of time, Yi Shiwen completed a reversal. How amazing was this? However, after all, he was different from others. He was knowledgeable, and he almost immediately determined that the root cause of all this was the fruit that appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand just now. When the fruit first appeared, it shone brightly, as if some incomparably precious treasure of heaven and earth had been born. However, before he could see it clearly, Yi Shiwen crushed the world tree fruit, and it turned into a terrifying torrent of energy that poured into his body. He clearly saw that from that moment on, Yi Shiwen's aura had been constantly soaring. In just a short period of time, it had directly surpassed the limit of the ordinary peak of the fourth realm, and reached the level of being on par with the Saint of Light. Therefore, he could easily block the previous blow of the Saint of Light. However, in just a short period of time, he had surpassed the limit of the Saint of Light and reached a terrifying level all of a sudden. The terrifying power caused by that punch made people tremble from the depths of their souls. Just a simple punch of the physical body was actually able to create such a terrifying might. How could this not shock the crowd? It also shocked him, a major character of the demonic epic who had seen many things. What the hell is that? A few traces of greed burst out of his eyes. The Heavenly Master was a terrifying existence that had already surpassed the limit of the heavens. For supreme powerhouses, ordinary divine objects were no longer of any use to them. Even if there were some that were useful, it would not be effective so quickly. Yi Shiwen's battle prowess had skyrocketed almost immediately. Let's not talk about whether he would suffer any sequelae or not. Even if he did, it would be worth it regardless of the sequelae, since he had obtained such a terrifying increase in power. In his observation, Yi Shiwen's strength had been enhanced to this point, but he still hadn't reached the limit. His strength was still skyrocketing inch by inch. That terrifying aura soared straight into the sky and spread out in circles like ripples, turning into a terrifying domain. That domain wasn't formed by Yi Shiwen's own initiative, but it was formed automatically under the evolution of his power and vitality. This was an extremely terrifying symbol, proving that his martial power and vitality had also reached a kind of limit. This was actually not his limit. This was the reason why even he was trembling. He had seen many people at the peak of the fourth realm. It was rare to see someone as powerful as the light, holy venerable. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had easily surpassed the limit of the light, holy venerable. He had never seen such a terrifying peak of the fourth realm. It was so powerful that it almost shook the entire fifth realm. If he was not very sure that this power had not entered the fifth realm, he would almost think that Yi Shiwen had already entered the fifth realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that someone in the fourth realm could be so tyrannical. It was simply beyond his understanding. Wherever Yi Shiwen looked, even the heavenly masters would tremble. The world was destroyed, and everything returned to chaos. This was a very terrifying thing. At this time, he seemed to understand why Yi Shiwen was so powerful. He could stand out among so many heavenly masters in the Fortune God dynasty and become the right-hand man of the Eastern heavenly master. The key was that this talent had only reached the Tao for 10,000 years, but he had already reached this point. It was indeed terrifying. Regardless of what kind of heavenly treasure the fruit he swallowed before was, this person was already very terrifying. They must find a way to eradicate him. The strength of an era, unless it was as powerful as the Fate God Lord, was built by the power of top geniuses. Therefore, once they found such a person with such potential, they would be included in their must-kill list. Obviously, this battle had also made Yi Shiwen enter their sights, and he was also included in their must-kill list. In the past, those who could be included in the must-kill list of the ancient era were all top heavenly masters. It was rare to see someone like Yi Shiwen who was already so terrifying just by showing his potential. Chapter 3475. This was because potential was just potential. It would take a long time to turn potential into strength, and it might not necessarily turn into strength. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had only been cultivating for less than 10,000 years, and he had already soared from the first realm to the fourth realm. This speed was simply a joke. He had never heard of anyone who could increase their speed to such a level. Compared to Yi Shiwen, these people were simply living like dogs. Because of this, he was extremely vigilant. Just like how the Fortune Divine Dynasty was continuously killing the experts of the ancient epic, the experts of the ancient epic were also planning to kill the experts of the martial epic. The formation of every expert was related to the luck of the martial epic. Without the protection of luck, how could one walk the path of an extreme Tao expert? Killing an expert was equivalent to losing a portion of luck. It was impossible for any epic to produce experts for no reason. The resources required to produce an expert were astronomical. Only by continuously devouring other epics could one have as many experts as there were clouds in the sky in one's own epic, like a school of carps in a river. This was also why the martial epic's heavenly Tao would bestow so many rewards after eliminating the ancient epic. As an epic grew stronger, his luck and resources would improve by leaps and bounds. This was especially so in Mr. Ghost's eyes. A person like Yi Shiwen definitely had great luck. Killing such a person was equivalent to causing the martial epic to lose a large portion of its luck. If Mr. Ghost killed a few more of such people, even the martial epic would suffer significant losses. Of course, there were not many such people in this epic. It would be very difficult to continuously kill them. However, the overall direction was right. Because of this, Mr. Ghost had an intense, murderous intent in his heart. However, he did not dare to reveal it. He knew that if he revealed any murderous intent, Yi Shiwen would immediately sense it. Even an ordinary god would be able to sense it when their name was mentioned, much less a supreme existence like a heavenly venerate. However, he was watching in the dark. He was wondering if he would make a move in the dark to kill Yi Shiwen together with holy venerable light. It was just that he wasn't as confident as before. Previously, he thought that Yi Shiwen's strength was just so. As long as he secretly took action, he could help light holy venerable finish Yi Shiwen. Then, the grudges between the two camps would finally erupt. But now, it seemed that everything wasn't so easy. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was so strong that even he felt frightened. Thus, he did not dare to make a move directly. He was also hesitating about whether or not he should make a move. After all, his initial plan was to instigate a war between the two factions to stall for time for the demonic epic. However, it seemed that the effect was even better now. If Martial Venerable Yi Shiwen killed Holy Venerable Light, or even Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor, then the Moon City Lord, who loved his son as much as his life, would go completely crazy. At that time, he would achieve his goal. In fact, the effect would be even better. This was because Eastern Heavenly Venerable might not completely fall out with the Moon City Lord for Yi Shiwen. However, the Moon City Lord would definitely go completely crazy over the deaths of Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor. At that time, it would be impossible for the two factions to not fall out with each other. However, he could not help but want to kill Yi Shiwen. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was definitely someone who had gathered the luck of the martial epic. As long as he killed Yi Shiwen, then the martial epic would lose its vitality. He would also be rewarded by the demonic epic's heavenly way. Although it would only weaken the martial epic's luck, it was already a great contribution to him. His cultivation might even improve further under the support of the demonic epic's heavenly way. However, if he did this, then because Yi Shiwen, the culprit who killed Yin Yang and Fusion Emperor, was already dead, it might cause the two factions to reconcile. Hence, he was now in a dilemma. Should he make a move or not? However, what he did not know was that when he had this thought, Yi Shiwen had already sensed it. He immediately felt a thought lock onto him, and a murderous intent was brewing. He saw the cloaked man in the palace from the corner of his eyes. A disdainful expression flashed across Yi Shiwen's face. Another rat hiding in the shadows, not even having the guts to show up. Although he didn't know what the cloaked man was plotting, since he dared to plot against him, only death awaited him. Moreover, he was on the same side as the Yin Yang Emperor and the Integration Emperor, so he had to die. It was very likely that he was an accomplice of Bian Xiaoya's kidnapping. Killing one was killing two was also killing. It made no difference to him. However, what Yi Shiwen did not know was that his guess was wrong this time. This cloaked man was not an accomplice, but the mastermind behind the scenes. However, at this time his mind was not on the cloaked man, Mr. Ghost. Instead, he was looking at the light saint in the distance. His eyes could see the other side of the galaxy. At the end of time, he could naturally see the light saint's injuries that were gradually recovering. However, Yi Shiwen didn't step forward to stop him. He was still digesting the huge martial power brought by this world tree fruit. According to his original calculations, after swallowing this world tree fruit, he would barely be able to step into the peak of the fourth realm. Even so, it was already very magical. It could save him countless years of hard cultivation. However, now that he had reached the peak of the fourth realm, there was still no time to stop. His strength, his realm, and his aura were still constantly improving. But what was even more strange was that he did not step into the fifth realm because of this. This was the most strange thing for Yi Shiwen. The improvement of his realm was constantly refreshing his understanding. He did not know that there was such a huge space for advancement in the fourth realm. His previous understanding was too shallow. In this way, his combat power and his realm were constantly soaring. But it also brought another problem, it was more difficult for him to break through to the fifth realm. Although his realm and strength were constantly improving, it was equivalent to continuing to lay a solid foundation on his foundation. At the same time, it would also cause the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm to almost increase exponentially. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen did not care so much. It was difficult to break through, but the stronger the foundation, the further he could go in the future. He was able to reach the realm that ordinary celestial masters couldn't reach in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years in a short period of time because every step he took was more solid than others. Therefore, There was no situation where the foundation was unstable, and he could do his best to break through. A tall building rose from the ground. At this time his path was like a building that had been built extremely high, but it was still continuing to be strengthened because he wanted to build it even higher. Right now, his combat power was increasing with every passing second. With every breath he took, he could feel his combat power increasing. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The world tree fruit was like cheating. If he didn't have the world tree fruit, he didn't know how many years it would have taken him to cultivate to this level. Thousands of miles away, the head of the light, holy venerable regrew. However, compared to just now, his face was much paler. Even though his whole body was blooming with light, it could not hide his pale face at all. Yi Shiwen's punch was extremely terrifying. One punch had seriously injured him. One punch had made him feel despair. Even the recovery of his injuries had consumed a huge amount of yuan qi. How is this possible? He widened his eyes as if he still could not accept the scene in front of him. The person who was sent flying was him, not Yi Shiwen, and he was even seriously injured. How can someone in the fourth realm be stronger than me? The light holy venerable could even faintly feel that his Tao heart was unstable. He was a slave of the Moon City Lord and was even ordered around by the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Fusion Emperor. His Tao heart was on the verge of collapse. However, he had always believed that he was the strongest in the fourth realm. Thus, he barely managed to protect his Tao heart. However, just one punch from Yi Shiwen had almost broken his Tao heart, causing him to fall from the clouds. In the fourth realm, only I am the strongest. I am the strongest, said the light, holy venerable hurriedly. At the same time, he kept chanting ancient scriptures to stabilize his Tao heart. Once his Tao heart collapsed, he was almost equivalent to a good-for-nothing. The stronger an expert was, the more stable their Tao heart had to be. Once their Tao heart collapsed, the consequences would be no different from suicide. It would be a small matter for their realm to regress rapidly. They might even doubt their own path and collapse. The strongest? In this realm, only I am the strongest. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. You still refuse to recognize the reality? Then, let me help you recognize the reality. A person had to live with a breath, especially for a peerless expert. Now, Yi Shiwen wanted to take away his breath. At that time, the light holy venerable would be nothing more than a good-for-nothing. Seeing that the light holy venerable still wanted to stabilize his realm, Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. He took a step forward and blasted another punch. This punch did not need to condense all the blood essence in his body. It still carried a terrifying power that was far beyond the previous punch. This was because Yi Shiwen's skill was stronger now. What? This punch is even more terrifying than the previous punch. The previous punch was actually not his limit. The light holy venerable instantly felt that the fist's strength had crossed tens of millions of miles and directly blasted in front of him. He felt a more terrifying power than the previous punch. It was far beyond the power of the previous punch. The previous punch was actually not Yi Shiwen's limit. If he could barely regain some confidence before, then he had completely collapsed now. He was not a match at all. In fact, he did not even have the intention to fight now. Bang! Yi Shiwen's punch pierced through the light, holy venerable. Chapter 3476. Yi Shiwen's punch pierced through the holy venerable light. It was even more terrifying than before. The punch annihilated everything. All the visible light collapsed. The light kingdom was destroyed. The punch penetrated everything and destroyed everything. All the defenses of the holy venerable light seemed so fragile in the face of this punch. In other words, it did not have any effect at all. This punch exceeded the limit, beyond the limit of the peak of the fourth realm. It was already infinitely close to the existence of the fifth realm. Yi Shiwen's fist momentum was more terrifying with each punch. It was getting stronger almost every minute and second. What was even more terrifying was that in the eyes of the observant Mr. Ghost, He only felt that his whole body was trembling. This punch was too terrifying. It brought out the essence, chi, and spirit that could destroy the world. Just a simple glance made him feel that his soul was under tremendous pressure. That was the huge pressure brought by the suppression of the great Tao contained in Yi Shiwen's punch. It was equivalent to Yi Shiwen forcibly pouring his own Tao into the holy venerable light's mind. At this level of cultivation, it was indeed a good thing to observe other people's Tao and absorb the part that one could obtain. However, if the Tao was forcefully poured into one's mind, there would be a big problem. The path that every extreme Tao powerhouse walked was completely different. The further one went, the more completely different it would be. Everyone firmly believed that their own Tao was the strongest. The more so, the more they could not accept such a violent infusion. His own Tao was almost in disorder. However, he immediately chanted the scriptures and stabilized the Tao that was about to riot in his body. At the same time, he instantly extinguished the idea of fighting just now. What a joke! The punch just now had already made him realize how powerful it was. At this moment, he only wanted to escape. In terms of combat power, it was not his best aspect. In other words, even if he was good at combat, in the eyes of Yi Shiwen in this realm, he was just SOSO. Comparing oneself to others would make one angry. His body was penetrated by Yi Shiwen's punch. The holy venerable light spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The punch had caused dense cracks to appear on his body. It seemed that he would completely explode in the next second. How is this possible? Holy venerable light let out a low roar. When facing Yi Shiwen, he had almost no strength to fight back. The most terrifying thing was that he could clearly feel that Yi Shiwen's strength was still increasing crazily. However, he had been seriously injured by this punch. How could they fight back? I don't believe that you can last much longer. The light Saint Venerate forcibly ignited his heavenly Venerate source and forcibly returned to his peak state. Since he had been forced to this point, he could only believe that Yi Shiwen was simply holding on and had used a secret technique to enhance his strength to this point. How could it be possible to enhance his strength by so much in one go, directly rushing to the peak of the fourth realm, and even far exceeding the strength of the ordinary peak of the fourth realm, infinitely close to the strength of the fifth realm? He must have used some kind of secret technique. It was impossible for his strength to increase normally. The only choice he could make now was to persevere. If he persisted until the time limit of Yi Shiwen's secret technique was over, then he would still have a chance to survive and even have a chance to make a comeback. He firmly believed that the more powerful the secret technique was, the longer the time limit would be and the greater the sequelae would be. Roar! He let out a long and loud roar. He held the scepter in his hand and fiercely chopped it down. It issued a series of trembling sounds, and the power of endless light erupted in an instant. A golden, 12-winged deity appeared and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. This was an extremely powerful supreme attack, and it even surpassed the strongest combat power that the light Saint Venerate had displayed previously. He ignited his heavenly Venerate source, so he erupted with combat power that even exceeded his limits. If he wanted to counterattack, he had to at least delay the time. He had to delay until the time limit of Yi Shiwen's secret technique was over. Although his vitality would be greatly damaged, it was still better than being killed by Yi Shiwen directly. In the face of this golden, 12-winged deity, Yi Shiwen did not panic at all. If this was really driven by a secret technique, he naturally would not be so indifferent, but this was not the case now. He was naturally fearless. Yi Shiwen's body exuded endless martial arts aura, directly exuding unimaginable pressure, and suppressed the chaos. Then he blasted a punch of 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and of course, it hit the body of this powerful 12-winged deity. Bang! The entire 12-winged deity let out a muffled groan, and then was smashed into pieces by Yi Shiwen's punch. Endless light laws splashed out, turning into millions of strands of immortal light and millions of auspicious colors. Then the light Saint Venerate retreated continuously and was directly sent flying. More cracks appeared on his body. Although he ignited his heavenly Venerate source, the speed of recovery still could not keep up with the speed of being seriously injured by Yishuin. Even so, the light Saint Venerate still refused to give up. He had been very strong all his life, and he had seen countless strong people. Although he had been subdued by the city lord of Moon City, his will to survive was extremely strong, and he was unwilling to give up so easily. Wu Zun, I will take you down within 5 moves. The light Saint Venerate let out a long roar, and all the spiritual power in his body and spirit sublimated, bursting with endless light. Take me down within 5 moves? Humph, you are the one who can only last for 5 moves now, right? Yi Shiwen did not care about the light Saint Venerate's threat at all. Even if the light Saint Venerate had sublimated and concentrated all the spiritual power in his body and lifetime into these 5 moves, in his opinion, it was still not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as him. Boom! The sound of deities chanting scriptures resounded around the light Saint Venerate, and countless deities manifested, forming a terrifying attack. It turned into a powerful storm of laws attached to the scepter, and the scepter smashed down towards Yishuin. His expression was expressionless, and he only felt that this move had directly extracted a lot of his flesh and blood, and he felt as if he was going to be sucked dry all of a sudden. However, he had no other choice. This was a secret technique of the Light Era. When it was activated to this extent, it would be a matter of life and death, and the outcome would be a lose-lose situation. He could only be saved by forcefully killing the opponent. In the city, many people cried out in surprise when they saw this move. This move seemed to be able to cover up everything. That terrifying light storm completely engulfed everything in its path. This counterattack was too terrifying. Many people began to worry whether Yi Shiwen would be able to withstand it or not. At this point in time, Yi Shiwen brazenly attacked on the spot. With a backhand blow, he directly pierced through the river of time, pierced through the chaos, and blasted into the terrifying storm formed by the endless light laws. The fist energy tore the entire storm apart and suddenly blasted on the scepter. Dang! A huge roar sounded, and the light Saint Venerate felt that the scepter in his hand began to tremble violently, and he felt as if it was about to burst out. Although he was holding it firmly, the wound between his thumb and index finger could no longer be hidden, and it broke out. Blood splashed out and scattered into the chaos. Every drop of blood was extremely heavy. Impossible! This is formed by the accumulation of my lifetime's spiritual power. How is this possible? At this time, the light Saint Venerate couldn't believe that his all-out attack was so easily penetrated by Yishuin. However, there was no more time for him to think, and he could only break out the second move. Boundless light, he shouted, and for a moment his spiritual power exploded. Everything in the world was frozen, and all the chaos chi was still, immersed in everything. Time and space were imprisoned, and everything was imprisoned under his light laws. Yi Shiwen seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, and he couldn't escape at all. Huff, huff! The light Saint Venerate seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and he was constantly panting. His eyes were also filled with intense hatred as he looked at Yi Shiwen. This was the second move out of his 5 moves, and he finally fixed Yi Shiwen in place. Using this secret technique almost exhausted all his spiritual power, and he felt severe pain and twitching all over his body. However, everything was worth it. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen couldn't resist the 3rd move anymore. There were still 2 moves left, and he could finally hang on to his last breath. However, just when he was about to make a move, Yi Shiwen began to move. That terrible blockade couldn't directly imprison Yi Shiwen. It couldn't even be considered as a 1-second imprisonment. Yi Shiwen directly broke free from it. It turns out to be a technique that is somewhat similar to the Great Prophecy technique. Yi Shiwen said he had seen the Great Prophecy technique before, and it was also a very powerful secret technique. Now it seemed that most of the inheritance came from this light era. However, he was no longer the same as before, and this technique was of little use to him now. Even heaven and earth couldn't imprison his body, let alone the light Saint Venerate. Even if Bright Era wanted to stall him for even a second, it was impossible for him to do so. 5 moves? It seems that you won't have the chance to use up all of them. As soon as he broke free, Yi Shiwen immediately moved, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed towards the light Saint Venerate. Although Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid of him, he didn't intend to give the light Saint Venerate a chance to continue using the next few moves. Let's finish this battle quickly, lest the night is fraught with trouble. Boom! Yi Shiwen was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, rampaging, and instantly broke the boundaries and arrays arranged by the light Saint Venerate. Yi Shiwen once again rushed in front of the light Saint Venerate. The light Saint Venerate still wanted to resist with his scepter, but Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. With just his hands tearing the void, the light Saint Venerate felt the endless power acting on his body. Rip! With a harsh sound, the light Saint Venerate was torn in half on the spot. Even his spirit was torn and destroyed. He was killed in an instant without any power to fight back.